activated. Please enter your username. Username accepted.
Move my body back and forth.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Adapt International Convention 2022. My name is Dante, and I'll be your host for room number 2. I'm sure that you've been waiting for this prestigious event the whole year. I'm delighted to see you all participating this year again. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, we welcome you and we hope you will have a whale of a time unraveling the new digital landscape. It is time for us to take it up a notch and adapt to the involvement and reveal the full potential of new technologies. We are ADAPT, the international tech conference that seeks to explore boundless possibilities of technology spanning the metaverse, AI, and digital assets. GYIQI is excited to take on this mission to advance organizations and individuals into a new era of innovation. Before we proceed, here are some highlights of ADAPT 2021. In last year, ADAPT, we featured 188 speakers from 16 countries and we reached over 1.4 million people with 408,000 views. Isn't that amazing? For this year ADAPT, we aim to innovate and educate with a strong focus on sharing insights from people who are well versed in technology. Before we start the session with our awesome lineup of speakers, we would like to know where you guys are watching ADAPT 2022 from. Type it in the comment section and let everyone here know where you are from. As for me, I'm hosting from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Without further ado, let's start our session today with the first speaker in the lineup.
Hi guys and girls, this is George Wong from The Sandbox, and today I want to talk about a topic that I'm absolutely passionate about, which is building the open NFT metaverse. Before I begin, let me just give a quick introduction of myself. I'm the head of Singapore and Malaysia from The Sandbox, and I'm also the CEO for Reactive Labs, which is a blockchain advisory, honorary secretary for Women in Blockchain Asia, as well as a subcommittee chairperson for Access Blockchain Association of Malaysia. So definitely I've been in the space for a while now, but at the same time I have been in various traditional companies. I've done more than 20 startups. I've been in MNCs for my first half of my career. So I like to let you understand that a lot of the things I share does come from a place where I'm trying to marry between the traditional and the modern Web3 space, and I understand the needs and requirements of both spaces, right? So the metaverse is a really interesting concept. There's a lot of things that we can do and build there, but how does it make sense to you? So let me just jump right in and let's talk a little bit about the metaverse. Now, I think the best visual entertainment representation of the experience of the metaverse is in the movie Ready Player One. And if you realize in Ready Player One, the hero was wearing the VR headset, with the haptic suit and the gloves, and with the crane to simulate jumping, etc. And he's running around and he's like buying different gear to be used in the game, and you realize that all the characters were made up from different characters from different game IPs, and people were playing as their favorite video game or movie character, and they are all coming together and kind of like partaking in activity that actually, if you watch the movie, people are making and earning a full-time income from this virtual space. Now, many people think that this seems far-fetched. This movie was years ago, but the concept of it, even then when they showed this movie, all the tech that they used to showcase this experience is already available. I mean, these are what you would require in order to have a full like virtual reality experience, right? Which is the headset, the haptic suit to feel things, and of course the omnidirectional treadmill. So all these are existing technologies, but the issue is that we are still many years away from all these technologies coming together and actually being able to be mainstream. That means, right now, just the idea of VR with a VR headset is already such an expensive idea that most people get alienated from it. Like they feel like they can't participate in a VR metaverse. So is VR the only way? It's not the only way. What I'm just trying to explain to you is that there are many different types of metaverses, but they all have the commonality. They all allow you to be in a virtual space, to interact, and commerce takes place, and you can build and create and actually make a living in this virtual reality space, right? And there are many different companies doing different things. The sandbox, us being, we built with voxels. And the reason why we built with voxels is because, number one, it's easier for the average person to think about how to build with voxels, because they look like Lego, right? They're like little pieces, so it's easier for the average person who doesn't have a design background to build an asset in the metaverse. But if it's like hyper realistic or it's 3D, you will need to have a certain skill level before you can create assets. So I think that's one thing that I just wanted to highlight, right? And this is a technology that's easily accessible for people today, and that's something that we focus on. So all this technology potentially may be incorporated into our metaverse, but it's still very far away because most people can't afford a VR headset. Even today, if you look at the prices for most parts of the world, let alone a haptic suit and omnidirectional treadmill. So all these are just interfaces for people to experience the metaverse, to make it as real as possible in the real world. But today, is that really the experience of a metaverse? The more metaverses try to replicate the real world, the more actually it becomes a challenge. There's so many different hurdles. People find it difficult to understand. It's difficult to keep engagement, and at the same time, it's difficult for people to just participate, right? Because of all these requirements. So that's something to think about when it comes to metaverse. But I think one of the criticisms for a lot of people is people don't think that a metaverse is a real commerce space. They just think it's a game. But one of the things that you have to understand is that metaverses are predominantly built using game engines, because the way the world works, all that kind of like experience, virtual experience, have all been built by games. Games are big, and during COVID, more and more people played games. It's a huge industry, and this is just serious gaming. The data you see on screen is about serious gaming, but what you don't realize is that there are plenty of casual gamers in the world. A lot of people think that gaming is limited to just the geeks, but in reality, I think anyone I'm speaking here at some point has played a game on your mobile phone or in any device that you have. And if you look at casual gaming, people who play basic games like Candy Crush, things that takes 5 minutes or less, if you combine casual gamers into the category of gamers, it's one of the largest demographics. People expect the size of, if you include casual gamers into the demographic statistic, it's like 3 billion people in a world with 8 billion people, right? So this is something that I think we have to throw away the conventions that when we think metaverse, oh, it's just a game. It's not just a game. It's the single largest customer pool or user pool that you can access. And because people don't want to go into the digital space to just look at things, people want to engage, people want to interact, and metaverses and games are an excellent way to do it. And when people were in lockdown, people went into games to expand their physical space because they couldn't leave their rooms, they couldn't leave their homes, right? So they go into games to interact that they couldn't do because they were in lockdown. So I think that, and after a pandemic, we say, oh, COVID-19 is over, people are going to go back to real world, and that's true, but it also has already exposed over 2 years to a very large community of people who start to understand the value of being in a virtual space, right? And a lot of people, if you ask anyone, the last few years have created more innovation and adoption of new technology than ever before because we were forced to. So that's something. So this is really a big statistic, and more importantly is the amount of money people spend. Now, one of the criticisms of the metaverse or NFTs in particular, which is the tech I'm going to talk about, is people think that why would anyone buy virtual land over real land, right? But if you think about it, people already buy assets in games. You buy hearts, you buy items, and all those things are basically air, right? They're software. And you don't actually own these things, but you spend so much money into it. And in COVID, when people were at home, people spent more money in-app purchases. In fact, in-app purchases are so big that in 2019 it was already a $50 billion industry. And this is just purchases for that things that you buy inside a game. No, and this doesn't include any NFTs. No NFTs whatsoever. It's just people buying like hearts and items for them to play in a game, which they can't take out, and oftentimes they can't resell in an open market for real cash. And this market, a market of buying intangible goods, is going to increase to about $190 billion in just a few short years. This is based on analyst expectations, factoring in the COVID impact and people recovering from COVID as well. So this has already been a billion-dollar industry, and many of your giant billion-dollar companies that you invest in the stock market are actually game-making companies, right? So what I'm trying to highlight is that people do spend. And people are spending on items that have no fundamental value, in the sense beyond the ability to use in game and enjoy it, or to flex their ability in the game. There's so many reasons why people buy intangible assets, right? And it's a growing industry. The difference with a metaverse and why metaverses are so big now, even though the concept is not new, it's a 20-year-old concept, is because of NFTs. Because NFTs now creates what I call tangible value for digital items. It puts the word asset strongly into the word digital assets. We all talk about digital assets, digital ownership of items, but really in a world where there's nothing to provide you the real ownership of an item, it really is different compared to in the last 20 years the market have people copying, piracy, etc. But and you had disputes on ownership of digital assets because it was difficult to prove when someone stole your content. But with NFTs, you now had a way to prove real ownership with via NFTs, right? So and people are like, but how do you say that you have ownership if you can just right click and save this image? The reality I like to always ask people is, if you took a picture of the Mona Lisa, so you in a way taking a picture of the Mona Lisa is like right click save, right? If you took a picture of the Mona Lisa, do you actually own it? The answer is no, you don't own it. If I took your picture, I don't own you. So just because you have a picture of something doesn't mean you own that picture. That's a very big difference, right? So in the case of NFTs, whether it's represented by an image, like this is a board mummy, and you can use it in the sandbox, but and I can use this board mummy in the sandbox because I am the owner of the NFT, and this particular design in the sandbox, I'm the only one who can play as this character because I own that NFT. So yeah, you can make an approximation, you can make a clone as close as possible to it, but you still don't own the original NFT. So it's this aspect of ownership rights that has made metaverses really blow up, because now you're not just going into a virtual space, but the items in the virtual space, if you combine all these NFTs together, you own the world. So the land you own, the table you own, the character design you own, the pong table you own, the building you own, if you own the NFT. So this aspect of ownership is what makes metaverses exciting, and what makes it more exciting for businesses as well, because now you have a new channel, you have real digital asset ownership, and you have a new, more innovative way to engage with your customer, and you as a customer have a more innovative way to engage with your favorite brands. You can understand the brands better. It just depends on design, and this is a growing concept. So the metaverse is still very early days. We are we are 10 years in the making, to where it becomes an everyday occurrence. And it is one of the things you must understand, is that every new technology is like that. Every new technology has a time for adoption, right? And this is where we are in an early stage now. And if you look at participating, whether as a player, whether as a creator, or whether as an investor, it depends on what's your game plan. But it's so early right now, and we are literally building the future, right? And that's what I find very exciting about metaverses. So what can one do in the metaverse? Obviously, because of ownership, you can own the land and you can start building whatever you want, whatever experiences that you want on the land. You can of course collect NFTs, you can own different assets in it, and you can even use it externally. It doesn't mean you have to only use the NFTs in the sandbox. If compatibility is made for that NFT in another platform, we call that interoperable NFTs, you can use that same NFT in a different platform for different ways, right? So it also means that if you have an NFT that was not made on the sandbox, like my Board Mummy NFT, I could use that NFT and make it interoperable with the sandbox, and I can now use it in the sandbox as well. So that's very exciting, right? And of course, because you own it, you are involved in the governance. This is our version of the open NFT metaverse, because open means that it's decentralized. The ownership is in the hands of the players, the participants, right? Rather than being in the hands of a single company that owns everything and you just pay money to access. So and that's what we mean by open metaverses. Open metaverses, let me bring you on a quick journey. You start out with an avatar. The avatar, your character, is very important. In many ways, it replaces your social media page in the long run. People, instead of looking at just a Facebook page, they're going to check out your avatar. Your avatar represents yourself, and then you're going to use that avatar to go into different experiences and play. And one of the things that is unique about the sandbox is that we think that we should include culture, which means we bring different brands that you're familiar with all around the world, or global brands, and to create experiences and introduce culture. And why we consider it culture is because when you go into a metaverse, you don't want an empty metaverse. You want to go into metaverse with a lot of experience, but of course at the same time, the metaverse, it's so big, it's like another world entirely in terms of size. It's so big that you don't know where to start. And that's where having familiar brands that you're used to is your first entry, your gateway into the metaverse, is to help you transition from being just a typical like a Web 2 user, to go and explore Web 3 with your favorite brands in a culture and experience that you're familiar with. So culture is really important to introduce. Content is very important. As a result of introducing brands, you create content, you create experiences, you create assets that people can own. You can be your favorite celebrity. You can own a virtual dog if you want. You can own buildings if you want. And all these can be sold in the form of NFTs. And this NFTs and the ability to sell them and the ability to broker them, ability to earn them, has created a new economy. And all this is made possible with the blockchain, because with blockchain you can create NFTs, really creating real digital assets, right? So and in summary, just going to go through the summary that I went through. So avatars are really 3D representations of you. These are very important because with avatars, you represent yourself. You can be anything that you want. You can be Snoop Dogg if you want. And the interesting thing about avatars is people buy things that reflects their personality. So if they feel like their inner personality is like Snoop Dogg, they'll want to own Snoop Dogg, right? So, and that's why avatars are a very interesting NFT. And even profile photos are like PFP NFTs. That doesn't mean PFP, but anyway, so those like profile photo NFTs that people use in their social media, like the Bored Ape Yacht Club or Gutter Cat Gang, I own a gutter dog. Oftentimes people buy those things because it represents themselves, right? And their inner self or their personality. So that image translates into the mindset of people as avatars, right? So avatars are really exciting things. It's one of the most sellable items in our marketplace. and it's the gateway for people to experience that. It's because how people see you, okay? And with that avatar, you then go and play all these different experiences. Like we mentioned, we have created many game modes, and all these were user created, or our studios, our independent studios made these things. And a lot of these game modes you see at the bottom, like skating and shooter, retro gaming, world building, these were all modes that we never actually initially created, but through the innovation and creativity of our creator community, they built these game modes, and now they have become somewhat standard, right? So there is so much room for more exciting experiences, and it's all up to you as the owner and the creator to think about what kind of experiences you want to make and to engage people, and to engage your fans and so forth. Right, and as I mentioned, we've got many different brands that comes in. We have from gaming to digital crypto native companies. We've got music artists. We even have financial institutions and fashion. All these different brands are coming together to create experiences in the sandbox, and to give you an experience as well. And that's one very important thing about metaverses. Metaverses are only as effective or as interesting as the number of experiences that you have, and good experiences. And why work with more than 400 brands in the world is because these companies have that desire to make very compelling experiences to get you into the space and to engage with you. So these are brands who are the forefront, right? They don't just want to market, but they want to communicate. They want to engage you, and you as a fan or a follower will benefit from that higher level of engagement that you don't get. You're never going to get as close to a brand as you would on something like a metaverse, because that's a direct, or whatever they build, that's a direct communication to you as a player. So that's very interesting as well. And all this, of course, these experiences and everything that goes on is on land which you can own. So I think one of the points I've been bringing across is that whether it's from experiences, you own the experience, you own the avatar, you own the land, everything can be owned by you. It's in your wallet. It's not stored in a server. In our server, we don't hold your assets in custody. You own that specific plot of land, that specific avatar, that specific experiences built, and you can monetize it if you want. So this creation is made possible, of course, by our tools. We have no coding skills necessary. Our tools from creating assets to be sold on the marketplace and then used in our game maker to make experiences. So all this is what we do, and it's something that makes us different from the other metaverses, because not everyone has their own tools to make different experiences on there. So experience is key, right? And from there, that creative aspect has given birth to more jobs, right? So the creation part, where architects, engineers, etc. can come in to design spaces, to create games. That's the creation aspect, which creates a new kind of industry of players, who are professional players, collectors, etc. People who play games, earn NFTs. That's another career, and they sell the NFTs for profit. So that's a new industry, new jobs being made from discovery, business, community, etc. So there's so many different job opportunities that is being created in the metaverse, right? And we put so much emphasis on content, experience. I highlight that once again because that's what people see in the metaverse. And we put in more than $100 million worth of funding to cultivate new studios, new creators. Again, like I mentioned, creating new jobs. And that's how we build it together. We don't build it on our own. An open NFT metaverse is where we build it together with our players, with our community, with our partners, and we do it together. We own it together, and that's something unique, right? It's like sharing the company together. And this is a more tangible form. Like a lot of people, like they'll buy shares, of a company, and they own a share of a company, but they're not really involved. Right? They just have a share of it, but they're not participating in the building of it, in the growth of it. But in an open metaverse, that is where every component contributes to the growth, to the long-term vision of the metaverse. It's not just about just having ownership itself, but it's that community growth, and community and creative energy is very, very important for the success of a metaverse, and why we are the largest metaverse in the world right now, in my point of view, right? So and just a quick final note, these are 5 tips if you are thinking of going into the metaverse, if you are building in the metaverse. And you can build as an individual. You don't have to be like a studio or a company. As long as you put in the effort, you don't even need to learn coding to use our software. Our software is all free. You can start building, and when you build, think about giving value first, right? I mean, one of the things we tell people is, when I take point number 5 to illustrate, is to be creative. Don't just replicate your business directly in the metaverse. Like, for example, e-commerce or online shopping in the metaverse is something that we believe will be big. But right now, if you just try to sell everything there, it's too early. People are still exploring. They may not, the first thought in their mind with the metaverse is not about going there to buy stuff, right? So instead, right now, to get yourself used to being in the metaverse, to create in the metaverse, to engage people in the metaverse, you want to start thinking about how you want to give value, especially if you have fans or you have customers. Do that, and of course, reward them for their contribution. So for example, like some of our experiences was with music, and it's with a particular artist, and then if you play the game, they reward you, you get some NFTs out of it as well. So you don't necessarily have to give people money, but you could give them like just a NFT to commemorate that they've gone through the experience, reward them for being loyal. You really have to embrace NFT culture. I think a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about NFTs, but really NFTs is really the most tangible digital asset in the market right now. And the fact that so many people are already spending billions of dollars on things that has less tangibility than NFTs, less ownership rights than NFTs, I think that if you have any misconceptions, I do encourage you to think about it again and look at it again and think about what you can do with NFTs, and also to really look at creating your own user-generated content. Just encourage people to build together. It's all about innovating. That's why our name is the Sandbox. We want people to experiment. We don't say that we have the best idea right now, because there's so many ways for you to build in the metaverse. But the idea is to just try and build something, and you as a user, as you keep building, as you keep creating content, you'll get better and better and better. That you will make most amazing content, right? So I think that's something to think about when you want to participate in the metaverse, right? And of course, be creative as possible. Try everything, and that's something that I think I constantly remind our partners to do, right? Just be creative, just challenge yourself to communicate better with your audience. Okay, and with that, I hope that this has encouraged you to at least try to enter the metaverse. Obviously, most metaverses, including the Sandbox, it's actually free to play. You don't have any risks. You can just log in with your social media account and just create your own avatar and just explore. And that's probably the first thing you want to do. Just explore, just see what people are doing, and it's a whole new world, literally, virtually, and figuratively, and literally. With that, thank you very much. I hope this has been a quick snapshot and you have a bit of an understanding of how the open NFT metaverse is like and how we build on it. And I hope to see you in the metaverse.
大家好，我是鲁班，一个深耕粤港澳大湾区的楼市分析师。2022年底，我们站在旧周期的尾声，新周期的起点时，分析楼市也应该不忘初心，牢记使命。楼市的根本属性到底是什么？这些属性有没有随着时间发生变化？我们又该如何看待这些变化？是我想通过这条视频传递给大家的讯息。鲁班认为，楼市的4大核心属性有居住属性、财政属性、金融属性和财富分配属性。这些属性相互交织存在，在不同的发展阶段，其内涵又有不同。首先讲居住属性，租售并举、多渠道供应是楼市居住属性的最新诠释。自98年房改以来，全国人均居住面积从不足5平米增长到现在40平米，从年建设量不足1亿平方到2017年达到17亿平方高点，预计未来会逐步回落到10亿平方的新增和旧改建设量。目前城镇化率已经高达60%以上，距离发达国家的80%还有一部分发展空间。目前形成了以商品房为主、小产权、安居廉租房、人才共有产权房等等多种居住供应形态。 我们国家的居住品质已经远远超越30-40年前，甚至超越了大部分发达国家的水平。可以说，在总量需求上达到均衡。随着老龄少子化程度加深，我国预计在2022年就会进入人口负增长。很多城市的90后、00后，由于家中有房，自主购房的意愿也在逐年下降。可以说是用30年的时间走过了西方发达国家200年的城市化进程。但现在依然存在结构上的不均衡，比如大城市人多房少，头部的1、2线城市住房自有率平均不足50%，而小城市则面临人口流出、产业空心化的窘境。随着死亡率增加，小城市和乡村会空出很多住房，一部分县城和乡村会消亡。比如品质上的不均衡，人均面积是不小了，但品质却存在天差地别。老旧楼梯房和塔楼逐渐被市场抛弃，新式板楼大平层和别墅热销。在二手房交易市场上，10年楼龄就是一条黄线。居民对品质的改善追求依然热切。比如地段和配套上的不均衡，市中心优质公共资源云集，容积率高，老旧楼盘为主，新房奇缺；而郊区新房供应多，花园社区空间大，但配套的落地和成熟也需要时间。这种结构性的不均衡依然提供给开发者和投资者清晰的机会。其二是财政属性，自94年分税制改革之后，就确立了地方财税大头上交中央的传统，由中央调配资源，集中力量办大事，均衡发展，但也造成地方权责不匹配的难题。于是配合98年房改之后一系列住房政策，房地产市场土地财政大基建循环就应运而生，极大地推动了我们的经济和城市文明的发展进程。通过巨额的卖地收入建设新城，各种大型场馆、公共设施、学校、医院和地铁、高铁等等，最终都是要通过卖地和卖房收入来回收投资。虽然土地财政不是税收，但实质上已经是地方财政主力。2021年全国卖地收入8.4万亿，加上土地房产相关的税收，合计10万亿，占到全国财政总收入的一半，地方财政总收入的80%。所以可想而知，房地产的财政属性有多重，地方政府对于房地产市场的呵护又有多用心。房地产跟地方财政和实体经济其实是一荣俱荣、一损俱损的。20年银保监会出台3道红线之后，市场情况骤变，限制了民营房地产公司融资拿地规模，导致各地出现土拍流拍、财政吃紧、体制内裁员降薪等。今年房地产销售量同比大幅下滑了40%左右，国企开发商也缩减了拿地规模。于是地方为了托底地价，不惜要求地方城投公司以城投债为担保拿地，甚至要求国企亲自下场回购商品房。这些都是为了保财政，以时间换空间，静候调控放松、楼市回暖的手段。房地产背后关联着财政收入、三公支出、银行债务、城投、国资、产业补贴等一系列命脉，只能稳不能跌，可以牺牲量，但不敢牺牲价。第三是金融属性，金融系统首要解决的问题是融资。我国通过金融市场直接融资门槛很高，交易所上市公司数量有限，而解决80%居民就业的民营企业想要融资，主要途径就是抵押借贷。跟银行取得授信的关键并不是企业流水和纳税额，而是抵押物的价值。所以归根结底，中国的金融体系锚定物就是城市、土地和房产，包括但不限于住宅、商铺、写字楼等等物业。房产的价值由银行认可，天然就赋予了金融属性。由于住宅按揭贷款是30年期长期稳定的优质贷款，坏账率极低，并且住宅交易频次也远高于其他产权单元，又受到地方政府隐形的驾照保护，所以银行就给予了住宅更高的授信比例和更低的利率，是系统公认的优质资产。事实上，房产抵押贷也是中央货币政策和财政政策推动经济的核心抓手。通过给企业降息减税，让企业去融资、扩大生产、招聘员工、缴纳社保和税收，让金融服务于实体经济。很多人认为房价上涨是抽走了实体经济的资金的说法，显然是站不住脚的。房产的价格主要是银行授信、货币放水推动的，房价高，企业融资才多，才有更多的资金进入市场。房产是放水的管道，而不是收水的池子。20年至今的房地产调控为何会引起地产、财政和实体经济的连锁反应？原因就在于此。很多企业主是靠着房价上涨借新还旧来扛过经营困难期的。一旦房价下跌，估值缩水，银行抽贷，他们就会面临破产倒闭的风险。所以房产的金融属性体现在金融系统的方方面面。土地价格、房产价格、国企发债、民企抵押、市值评估和贷款授信均锚定在房产之上。城市和房产就是中国当代金融系统和经济发展真正的基石。第四，聊聊财富分配属性。 中国老百姓的财富70%集中在房产上，房产的多寡、价格的高低，就是评估一个人财力的直接体现。但是让很多人觉得不公平的地方在于，房价的涨幅是不均衡的、分化的。以同样的资金买了不同城市或者同一个城市不同区域的不同楼盘，若干年后价格的差异可能非常的悬殊。有人归因于眼光，但背后的分化逻辑不得不让人深思。一个选择的不同，竟然会比普通人若干年的劳动收入带来的差距还大。这是城市化的力量，是货币的力量，也是金融的力量。所以谈财富分配，房产是绕不开的。为了平抑这种社会矛盾，我们参考新加坡采用租漏并举、租漏同权的方式，也通过安居保障房给低收入群体以最基本的居住体面，达成住有所居的目标。当然，现实情况依然会把居住条件作为财力评价体系的重要部分。高档社区和安居房圈层财力肯定是不同的。对个体而言，买入优质城市核心地段的核心资产，依然是参与财富分配红利的最好方式。聊完这4个基础属性，再结合当下的市场环境，我们发现属性都没有发生根本改变，只是环境和权重变了。居住方面已经解决了有无向着改善型需求发展，小城市和乡镇的城镇化结束了。未来20-30年，人口继续向着大城市都市圈聚集，老龄少子化加深，学区的权重在变低，养老的权重在加大。而由于财富分配属性带来的社会矛盾，导致调控手段阶段性的出台，压制房价过快上涨，平抑舆论矛盾。但在市场低迷后，有基于财政属性，不得不重新出手救市，降息降准，放松限购。而对于我们个体而言，房产的金融属性也至关重要，能够有交易，被高净值圈层追捧，估值能够被银行认可，都是资产保值增值的重要标志。而放眼未来，房地产的4大属性依然不会有本质改变，现代国家信用货币体系必然长期宽松，都市圈及核心城市依然持续吸引年轻人流入，地方依然要靠基建和新城带动经济与财政。随着全国房产供需整体趋于平衡之后，均价涨幅就会减弱，只剩下城市区域和楼盘之间的分化效应长存。那么房产带来的财富差异，至少表面看起来会得到平抑。在大城市中藏富于民，未来可能房地产的严厉调控会像计划生育一样逐步退出历史舞台。那么楼市的下半场机会其实已经很清晰了，就是逐步优化家庭资产向都市圈核心地段，比如粤港澳大湾区的黄金内湾等区域集中。
Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you today. So I'm going to talk about the metaverse and privacy and security and data protection, and trying to answer the question whether the metaverse is going to kill off privacy. Privacy is a great topic that the entire world has been discussing at the moment. The latest news is that India the government has released the latest draft on its data protection legislation, which is a really interesting piece of law that I invite everyone to read. And at the moment, there is a consultation with open feedback, but it's really important to recognize how so many countries around the world now have privacy legislation to govern, regulate, fine the use and handling of personal data, and whether privacy is a value that is recognized everywhere around the world. Obviously, different cultures have different priorities, a different approach. And I am based in Frankfurt, but I work as Global Chief Privacy Officer for Wipro, and I deal with different jurisdictions, different countries, and I'm fully aware of the nuances and different social, economic conditions and situations and ambitions of countries. Therefore, but what is important, that is to an extent more important than what divides us, and what really binding us is that there is a recognition of the need of control over one's information and the importance and the sensitivity or personal data and the link between personal data and dignity. This is why, when it comes to the metaverse, a great deal of attention from policymakers, regulators, going into thinking how are we going to deal with this moving forward. And both the European Union, the US Congress, they have published studies on the metaverse with a view of catching up with this, with what it is, and the implications there may be from a privacy perspective. So the metaverse, what is it in the first place, and why does the clear definition of the metaverse impact on privacy? The metaverse is an immersive and constant virtual reality when people interact by means of an avatar to carry out a wide range of activities. And these activities can range from leisure to medical. I've seen some really interesting applications of the metaverse in the medical sphere, but also some really interesting application in, for example, the Wipro is working on the employment and the future of work. What it means to be in a virtual office and how can that facilitate connections between individuals who are based in so many different localities and avenues. So at the moment, we don't know what the impact and the scope of the metaverse is going to be on wider on society. There are so many different speculations, but we know that it will bring opportunities and around and different opportunities for people to exploit. Now, there are three characteristics into the metaverse. The first one is realism. Okay, so people will become emotionally immersed into this virtual world, and ubiquity. So the virtual spaces will be accessible through all digital devices when using one and only one virtual identity. Interoperability, it means that distinct systems or platform will exchange information or interact in a way which is seamless. Scalability, and architecture that will need to deliver sufficient support to enable this sort of huge number of users to occupy the metaverse, but without compromising the efficiency of the systems. Now, clearly, sort of the fact that the metaverse is not one piece of technology, but actually incorporates and encompasses a wide number of technologies, has a clear impact on privacy, because the metaverse is say, a melting pot of very different privacy regimes. It cannot be limited to one or a few data privacy regimes, because the metaverse will have and has a global reach and offers its features to users irrespective of where these users are located. And in many cases, there will be multiple privacy regimes that will apply to the same data and even to the same individual. So, for example, the European Data Protection Regulation allows for any businesses located anywhere in the world to fall under its term of business if a business offers goods or services to the European Union or monitors the behavior of European citizens, even though there is no presence. And the same extraterritoriality is also present in the draft India data protection legislation. So the first issue that we will have to solve around privacy will be specifically around which legislation are we talking about, because of the global reach of privacy of the metaverse. And then, because we are at the convergence of so many different technologies, so we're talking about virtual reality, we're talking about augmented reality, where users can create an avatar in the metaverse. So all of these immersive experiences bring together virtual reality, augmented reality, the Internet of Things, and of course brings also together so many different challenges. So, for example, we're talking about competition, data protection, liability, financial transactions, cybersecurity, accessibility. So, all these things that will have to be dealt with together. So, the one of the key things that normally a lot of policymakers and researchers and academics talk about when they talk about metaverse. They think about what has been one of sort of the key topics that has been affected the web and the digital world over the last decades, and that is the issue of competition. So obviously, building a metaverse environment requires interconnection, interoperability of so many different devices and platforms. Major tech companies are scaling up, and if we look at what happened in the digital ecosystem before, where competition has become such a big issue that all around the world, from China to the US and the EU, governments have to deal with the effects on of competition. Clearly, also the metaverse with companies scaling up, then the issue of competition in there as well. So, for example, the risk that some companies will attempt to shape the emerging metaverse standards to foster their business practices. So this is really, really important. So the first issue we mentioned is the issue in legislation. The second is competition. And the reason why I mentioned competition is because of its inextricable links with privacy, because obviously dominance means also the ability to dominate on privacy standards. So that's the other thing that we will have to look out for in months to come. And when it comes to privacy and data protection, I will mention a number of different areas that are very important. So, first of all, it will be crucial for all organizations to navigate the web of relationships that can make very hard to determine responsibility and liabilities. For example, looking at the definitions of data controller and data processor in the metaverse. What does it mean? How does that apply? How we provide interoperability and the movement of users inside the metaverse together with the data and the assets that they bring. And of course, this raises the issue of data sharing and data portability. Companies tend to have proprietary data rights over users' data, but they will need to establish data sharing agreements to fulfill data protection requirements like consent or legitimate interest and the privacy notices obligation. And this in the context of defining which legislations apply to the metaverse. And then, obviously, perhaps the trickiest issue of all, which is the issue around direct marketing, because there is no doubt that based on geolocation and emotional response, users will perhaps being able to be offered product selection based on their behaviors, based on their reactions. The sharing of data with third parties under sort of GDPR and privacy legislation across the globe requires attention. But how we maintain this attention will become very difficult into the metaverse, especially when it comes to subliminal advertisement, intrusive profiling, because obviously in the context of virtual reality, we are talking about emotional reactions that could very much lead to intrusive ways of profiling that could have very harmful consequences, so including the loss of control over one's life. So it's really, really important that we look at these issues, and companies are able to be responsible and ethical in the way that they leverage the opportunities that come from the metaverse. And the same, for example, when it comes to employment, where the workplace, metaverse in the workplace has fantastic opportunities of bringing together teams that are dispersed, dealing with the new ways of working, but at the same time, the capabilities that the metaverse will offer could enable employers to perform very intrusive surveillance of their employees, and also experiences that are perceptual could replace reflexive decision making. So So have the same risks that algorithmic and automated decision making is having on part of society through the automation of the existing inequalities that we're seeing. So it's absolutely important that we apply a privacy, security, and ethics by design in the metaverse. That we look at how we can leverage the metaverse by building trust in employees, in consumers, in customers, so that organizations can feel comfortable and that they are not opening the way to a dangerous practices that could be damaging not just to the company's reputation but also obviously to the finances of an organization as well. Obviously, we need to bring a lot of stuff together here because the metaverse model is based on blockchain and the decentralized metaverse model could be explored to do more in terms of data protection. And so the decentralized approach could be the way forward. And I encourage organizations and people to look into that and how we can leverage this model to resolve issues that are much more difficult to address in a more centralized business model. So, for example, imagine way that the users could control their data in this system. So I just wanted to give you a flavor of what the main issues around the metaverse are. The opportunities are there, but it's important that we do not sleepwalk in something which is unknown, but we take we think about how we have come, if anything, late to understand the consequences of the web, of the architecture, of the and now we're catching up. We're playing catch up on these issues and making sure that we approach the metaverse in the right way, so that companies and organizations can absolutely grow with it with trust and from users, so that it can be a real opportunity for growth. Thank you.
Many thanks to our amazing speakers. We have learned so much and gained so much wisdom about Metaverse and NFT. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as I have. And with that being said, we are going to move to our first panel discussion with the topic, the evolution of Metaverse in businesses. We have three amazing panelists for you guys. Jason Lau from Virtual Tech Frontier, Andy Ko from GEM's eSport 3.0 platform, and Mr. Karazmi Noor Hisham from Citizens Plus, with our very own Patricia as our moderator. Here comes the first panel discussion for ADAPT 2022.
And welcome to ADAPT Convention 2022's panelist discussion. I am Patricia, the host for today, and I'm from GYIQI. Joining me today is Mr. Jason Lowe, the CEO and co-founder of Virtual Tech Frontier. Over here, we have Mr. Kawarismi, also he goes by Mr. Kawa, the COO and co-founder of Citizen. And joining us online is Mr. Andy, who is the CEO of GEMS. Welcome, everybody.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Great to be here.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
So before we start, let's have a self-introduction of everybody. Maybe we can start with Mr. Jason.
Yeah, sure. So, hi, everyone. I'm Jason. I think I had another session also explaining about how engagements can help businesses in the metaverse. So it's great to be here in this panel session with the esteemed speakers, and also thank you, the moderator, for introducing me. So I run Virtual Tech Frontier, a metaverse development company, and we have been building metaverses for all sorts of corporate clients from different industries for the past few years during the pandemic until now.
Okay.
Right. Hello, everyone. I'm Kawa, the CEO of Citizen Plus. We are real estate metaverse company developer. As an I'm trained as an architect, so I also run 2 architectural firms as well. So we see that the metaverse is the sort of like a natural evolution of real estate, and we'll see how it goes in the future. Who knows? Yeah.
Okay, great. So the next one, Mr. Andy, would you like to have a self-introduction?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, host. Yeah, so my name is Andy Ko. I'm the CEO of GEMS Esports 3.0 platform, which we are actually leveraging on blockchain, putting on esports. And I think today is a very interesting topic, that the evolution of metaverse for businesses. Hope every one of you will enjoy the panel later on.
Okay, thank you everyone for the introduction. So let's get on to it. So today we'll be discussing the evolution of metaverse in businesses. So let me just give a very short introduction of what I found on the metaverse. So metaverse, if you search online, there are multiple definitions, but what I found, the definition by Cambridge, is that it's the internet considered as an imaginary area without limits where you can meet people in virtual reality. Now, so let's go to our first question. So, what is the current outlook of the metaverse? Is it in the stagnant stage or is it thriving? Yes. Would you like to?
Yeah. Maybe we can rotate it like the introductions early on, right? So personally, I've been serving like corporate clients since the pandemic until now, and most of it started because corporate companies during the pandemic, when physical events, physical road shows, or any sort of this kind of physical activities couldn't be conducted, these clients will always want to find a way to engage with their consumers. And some of the FMCG clients that I meet, they have like thousands of customers all over Malaysia, and they cannot really rely on like a Zoom platform for them to actually engage with all of them, right? So from that fundamental angle, we started developing these sort of virtual platforms to enable interactions between businesses and also to the target consumers. So moving even until now, when physical events are coming back and things like that, we still cannot break the barrier of physical location. So if my client even wants to spend money to organize an activity in KL, for example, you still have only probably KL people can come, people from the northern, southern, or east Malaysia, very hard for them to come. So there are still a lot of corporate companies, in my perspective, they're still looking for a platform that enables this sort of cross-border, cross-state, even cross-country engagements. And that is still going pretty strong for me right now. Yep. So I don't really feel some stagnation going on my sense. Yep.
Okay.
I think I want to echo the opinion or the outlook that has been shared with the first panelist. Definitely, if you look at the number of traffic or active users in major metaverse platforms, obviously there are news. The active numbers are fairly low, but if you look on the flip side, bespoke or tailor-made metaverse are actually booming. A lot of corporates are engaging metaverse builders, but some of these, specifically if you are talk about developers or real estate players, they have some level of application, maybe up to advocacy, marketing, and branding. But we'll see that the next stage will be a little bit more, engaging towards the customer service, and maybe complement their existing framework of deliverance. For example, the SMP, the memorandum of transfer, or perfection of charge if it's a stratified development. So we'll see slowly Metaverse will seep into these traditional services that developers have to sort of like give their customers. And hopefully some of these activities that usually done physically can be slowly transferred into the Metaverse. That's how we see it. But the adoption are fairly in the infant stage. And the next few years, I would say it will go mainstream, definitely.
Okay, I think that's good insights. Mr. Andy?
Thanks a lot. So I think what I'm going to share is, of course, more exciting, right? And which is actually gaming metaverse. If you look at the landscape, right, a lot of software out there these days is still required a gaming engine to go and build a metaverse. For example, Unity, Unreal Engine, right? Whether you are doing architect or whether you are doing a metaverse for whatever, you need a land, right? So let's get back to some basics for the audiences. So there are a few things that you need really for metaverse to easily on board. First, you need to have a piece of land that people can purchase, and then people can start building whatever businesses you want on it. It could be property, it could be event space, it could be a zoo, it could be country attraction. Like today, I want to build the whole Malaysia city, right? But what I see is that then there is a cooperation between the traditional companies and the metaverse company, because like land, you need architect, you need interior designer, you need people to come up with the basics. Then the software can come in, such as if you want to have a virtual reality experience or immersive experience, you will then also need a headset. But even before we talk about that, is first the land, the software, and then the interactive headsets, right? AR, VR. So these three needs to come in terms of the hardware and software part. There's one particular thing that we still need, which is the infrastructure layer. 5G is required, right? Because if we do not have 5G, then you will never be able to really experience metaverse in the way that people want it to be, because it's very bandwidth intensive. The next thing is also what I see is that the price of the AR and VR headsets needs to come down, right? Don't forget, right? In order to really have a more immersive experience, you really need that headset. Otherwise, what is the point of having metaverse? I might as well just do a video of a virtual tour. So I also think that there are a lot of people out there misuse or mistag how metaverse it should be, right? Metaverse should have the immersive experience in a 360-degree view. So that's how I share in terms of the landscape, what I think today, what metaverse need before it can really be exploded.
Okay, so actually from what I've heard from all three of you is that metaverse is definitely something that is thriving and is going to grow even more. But okay, so I did some research, and recently I've seen a lot of news that, like Facebook, metaverse by Facebook is not doing as well. And I think because everyone looks at Facebook a lot, Facebook is like the main platform. So having such bad news from such a big platform, do you think, what do you think is the potential of metaverse for Web3? Because obviously for you guys it's working, but for them it's not working. So what is the potential of this metaverse in the Web3, and how do you think that there's a potential for investors and brands to jump onto this?
Right. I mean, if you bring in Meta, right, it's because they're called Meta right now, and their whole metaverse initiatives more towards Meta. So if you look at Meta's use case, they are, of course, one of the most high valued company in the world, public listed. So a lot of expectations goes into it, especially when they're claiming a lot of losses. Their news is about losses, share prices. I mean, the whole market technically is not doing too well right now, but people are pointing a lot because they've invested a lot of money towards growing metaverse for the upcoming future. And if they compare it with their revenue advertising model that they're doing on Facebook app itself, of course, the contrast that people are bringing up is definitely painful because you have all of these expectations within the platform, right? However, they are also one of the players that is owning Oculus. Oculus is the VR headset company. They are doing a lot of push towards upgrading the hardware, making sure things are better. So they're betting on a very big future with a lot of public money. So hence why I think the media scrutiny towards it is rather strong. So and it's not even available everywhere in the world right now, right? A lot of the corporate clients that I talk to, I mean, you don't hear them suddenly coming to me, oh, I want a Horizon World in Facebook. It hasn't reached that level of awareness across all over the world yet. It's very North American driven. And the results that we see so far is only very American level of statistics. They haven't even launched it globally. So we do not really know what sort of numbers would actually help them in their growth. So that's on Meta's side of development. It's way more complex than how we're trying to do it locally over here. But locally over here, I mean, we'd like to hear from other people also. For ourselves personally at Virtual Tech Frontier, we have been still getting a lot of requests of brands just trying to be involved. They don't want to feel left out because they've experienced an age where, when initially Facebook, Instagram all came in, and people were just oh yeah, maybe just a young people thing. And then from the just a young people thing, suddenly they realized when it became a huge thing, they already too late, everything's expensive, spending advertising is expensive. So now brands, I feel, or companies are more in tune towards what is coming. And then they are very open to trying something new, as long as the cost maybe is something they still can stomach. So the curiosity of trying to be first movers within the space in Malaysia specifically is still pretty strong. Even in Singapore also, I've been traveling to Singapore a lot. In fact, a lot of the corporate companies that talk about that, they already immediately put metaverse in their roadmap. Somehow or other, we are going to be metaverse ready as a company. But what does that really mean? Not sure yet, but they are more forward thinking and getting ready to not be left out as they see when social media became a boom and they were too slow to onboard. So that's how I look at things right now in these two different perspectives.
For me, I see Meta is trying to build sort of like the galaxy. So if you are building a Milky Way, obviously it's even harder to build a small city. For example, the things that we build now, at least on Cityverse platform, is really sort of like a small planet or small town that is scattered around. So once Meta is there, sort of mapping out the Milky Way, we will start map out our metaverse inside this whole big universe. Same goes to how website is. I think almost all websites are linked to some sort of Facebook account or Facebook what they call page per se. So that linkage is what they are building. So obviously building a whole ecosystem that can fit or interoperate between that metaverse system is definitely harder, especially when you talk about collectibles, avatar system. Some avatar got legs, some avatar don't even look like human. So definitely there's a lot more things to figure out. So I would say their premature announcement that make their expectation tank or their stock rather, I would say just develop it and then just launch it when you are ready, instead of like giving tidbits here and there and not going to give a whole picture of what Meta is actually building.
Okay. Mr. Andy?
That question is very close to me, right? Because so I would like to also share, if you look at the three tech giants in the metaverse world today, first is obviously host what you just said, right? Meta, Facebook. But then they are really focusing to be the king of social in the metaverse space, social interaction, right? So the second tech giant that I want to like to mention is actually Microsoft. They have been building metaverse and want to become the king of the office, where office workers, companies, partners, they can all collaborate using like AR, VR headset without having the need to travel to offices or go out for meetings anymore. Next, we have decentralized land and also the sandbox, who I call them the king of the gaming metaverse platform. So you guys have to know that this tree right there is the tech giant. So before it can really be potentially big business, we need to first have the tech giants to build a platform that enable UGC. Okay, in this era means a user-generated content where contributors, content maker, and everybody can go at there and build something of what they want. Of course, that involves buying the virtual lands and stuff like that. So I still think we are very far away before metaverse users can be exploded, because the readiness of the infrastructure at the platform level is not there yet, number one. Number two, the understanding of how blockchain and metaverse work is also a challenge right now. But that does not necessarily means that time will not resolve, technologies will not be resolved over time, right? I believe over time it can resolve all these problems where onboarding to metaverse is easier, hardware gets cheaper, implementation of 5G gets wider at a much cheaper price. So infrastructure again, right, is in terms of it can be exploded. You need a platform, right? And then you need the infrastructure. And lastly, you need the hardware, which is come back to the AR and VR set. Like what Jason mentioned earlier on, right? Like an Oculus set right now costs almost 3-digit figure. And I don't think many can afford. Yeah. So if you have these challenges, I really don't see in the next 2 years or even more that metaverse can be exploded. That's my personal opinion, just for everyone to know. Yeah.
It's okay. I think there's I saw a lot of Silicon Valley CEOs also feel the same way. But like based on what you guys said, I believe that like building a whole metaverse is hard to do. But if you focus on creating your own, like what you do, it's still possible for businesses, especially done locally. So with all these opportunities that we have for the future and all these businesses who wants to adopt this new technology, maybe we can have some like encouraging tips for them. So what are some business opportunities that that the metaverse can bring So maybe you guys can address your own industries.
Yep. So for our side, right? Because me and my team, we've been building this sort of interactive immersive technology, AR, VR related technologies for the past 7 or 8 years already, actually, right? And whenever we do it for specifically clients with like marketing campaigns, or they have a certain ROI they want to achieve through like a certain period of things. So for me and my team, we've been always trying to R&D different ways to enable engagements for people that actually go onto the digital or virtual platform right now. So what we experienced during the pandemic, for example, people wanting to like react and respond to a lot of clients rather than just YouTube live streaming, people come watch, then they just exit. Like the engagement is just very single layer oriented, right? But for us and with the solutions that we've been building at Virtual Tech Frontier, it's always about, okay, if they go into a 3D world, what more engagement touch points that they can do as compared to they go to a website. Because right now, if you're looking at companies, your options for more matured corporate companies are like either it's your website, you're going to spend like millions to do marketing to a website, and people are going to go to a website, bounce rate is an all-time high. They don't even bother scrolling, finish a lot of your content, right? And then suddenly the website, when you really look at your analytics, it's like very low engagement or very 1 minute they exit sort of scenario. And if you look at even Facebook, for example, we're seeing a trend right now where even Facebook, a lot of engagements are not happening that well. If you have a corporate Facebook page, you go look at a corporate Facebook page, you look at the post, you post organically, how many likes, engagements, and comments you actually get? Because certain algorithms is being controlled by what we call these centralized driven companies, which is what the spirit of blockchain is moving out with, like decentralized content, decentralized control of content. So you don't really get all these big companies trying to control what you show or you spend millions on Facebook marketing just to force the engagement in, right? So for Metaverse, which in a nutshell is like a 3D environment, when you have something in 3D, your engagements always will go beyond just scrolling a website, right? You get to go in, you're curious, you're going to check the place out, you're going to interact with certain gamification methods. Fundamentally, transforming this digital experience into like a 3D will immediately improve your engagements. Let's not talk about how many people actually come in first, but if you're really taking into like a Web 2.0 website, pure corporate page, for example, you are definitely going to always see better engagements. And due to better engagements, we believe better ROIs will come to any businesses across industries. And that is where we are really striving to build better experiences within the space. Yeah.
For us specifically, definitely there's a lot of businesses, especially businesses that relates with space or spatial awareness. For example, I'm sure you have heard of Billie Eilish concert. Some concert goers complain about their seating arrangement. This is because concerts are usually sold in sort of like a very plain 2D diagrams, right? But I would say if one organizer start to have implemented like a metaverse solution of you selecting your seat and eventually your tickets and expectation of scale, of realized scale, how far you are from the singer or the stage, people will start, not trusting the 2D diagram anymore, because obviously tickets could go up to thousands of ringgit. So they want to ensure that they get the best seat, at least, you are not blocked with a tent or something like that. Other spatial related businesses such as cruise ship, obviously is huge. People can't explore everything, but if you have a metaverse, sort of like a vague or digital shadow, at least, not to the level of detail or digital twin, maybe a digital shadow of that cruise ship, you sort of like able to have a tour, sales tour per se, and then you bring everyone, the avatars, to your facility, your buffet setting, your cinema inside this cruise ship. You might sold a little bit more tickets because the expectation of the purchaser is there. Same goes to cinema. The first 3 rows is hard to sell, but if you could convince them that your cinema layout has been designed in such a way that you can ensure that it's a good viewing to the screen, so you definitely can optimize your screening as well. So this is 3 different case users, 3 different businesses, and the most important in all this 3 is actually architectural scale. That's what we are focusing on. So we depend less on gamification. We try to, if you look at gamified metaverse, the door is a little bit larger to let the avatar go through easily. Definitely some of this gaming scale. But in our case, we try to make it as close as possible to actual scale. And we are, as an architect, we are also anal about scale, definitely, scale and proportion. So to a certain extent, we see that real life representation has certain case users. in this case. So when we say we are real estate metaverse company, we are not just honing into buildings or just apartment units per se, but anything that relates to space. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is some of the things that businesses can adopt.
Okay. So decentralization, managing expectations.
Yeah, more or less.
And Mr. Andy?
So earlier on, I was explaining on the infrastructure layer, the platforms and stuff, and we probably know what is the requirement right now. So if I do explore, if I'm going to define metaverse, right, I believe the hosts and the moderators have different thoughts, right? Yeah, but if I'm going to define metaverse, right, I want to put in a very simple term. It's basically a virtual world that people, companies, government officials can live, work, shop, play, and interact with one another at the comfort of their couch in our current physical world by wearing an AR and VR headset. So if we don't have the immersive experience, to me, that is not metaverse. It's just a virtual tour, right? But virtual tour has already taken its place since long time ago. It's just how do we connect the VR right now, the virtual tours, like even like for property, that's already, we started with 360-degree view. Then the property sector wasn't happy. They say, hey, we need to have control buttons, right? Then we start exploring, like I double click, I get to see. So it is also happening for the same industry from property and gaming and also social interaction, which is why I think what Meta want to do is to build the next social interaction, right? So my next take is that I feel that we also mentioned about avatars. There are certain things that we need. So in the metaverse right now, besides the platform, besides the infrastructure, actually the market is somehow already have the readiness to go on to. And do not forget, there are already a lot of VR games available in shopping mall wearing the headset. I believe this has been in the market for 10 over 15 years. So all we need now is a platform like Meta of Microsoft or either Sandbox and Decentralized Land that they can start to build their this VR software or games or virtual tour on the land. And when this land is so big and everybody start building, I think that's the time where it will allow all businesses to be onboarded, right? Because just think of it, how we build a country in a universe landscape is the same. We just bring it up to online, and metaverse is built on top of the internet. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, AR, VR, right, with the metaverse. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, actually I have this question as well, like, because AR, VR, metaverse, they're different things, right? But like they may be used together. And I've read like some people, like some companies, they would prefer like AR, VR over metaverse. So like, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's good to clarify the terminologies first, right? So AR stands for augmented reality, VR stands for virtual reality. If it's mixed together, you call it MR or XR, which is like mixed reality. And metaverse, you should see it more as like the application layer. So AR, VR is how a user interact with a specific thing. So augmented reality would mean that it's either you always have that physical element, then you implement like this digital virtual layer on, like example, an Iron Man vision, you get all this 3D info. So that's like an AR experience, right? So that's one experience of its own. Virtual reality is when you have the headsets, you have the Oculus, everything is virtual. There's nothing real world that suddenly come in between, not like AR. AR is like real and virtual mix. Virtual reality is pure 100% virtual. You're experiencing everything in virtual. And the metaverse actually is not really that sort of like hardware experience. A metaverse is like an application, or you can call it like a meta app, for example. So it's either you can use, if Meta have an AR function, like, okay, yeah, like your Instagram filters, all those emoticon thing, filter, is change your face into something else. So that is some form of AR technology. So you see that as an AR technology in Instagram app. If VR means it's a pure VR zombie shooting game in a VR app. And the metaverse technically is a software layer, right? It's a software layer of things where, as the third panel speaker mentioned earlier on, it's like a combination of multiple things. You have your world, you have this interaction, you can shopping, you can play game. So it all depends on what that software application layer is. and how you're going to experience it. If you're using a mobile phone browser to access it, means it's a web-based experience for a metaverse. AR meaning you have that two virtual and real layer experiencing the metaverse, and then virtual reality only you have a full 3D immersive experience into the metaverse. So I think that is the best way to differentiate. Technically, metaverse is not together with AR, VR, it's just that application software layer. And then how you want to access it, that one's a different story where different companies are coming out with different methods to enable access into the metaverse. Yeah, you have anything to add on to explain about it?
I would say definitely all these are built on PCs. And the best way, if you want to experience the highest fidelity of texture and geometry, definitely PC is the way to go.
PC and VR, the full thing.
But definitely people are want that mobility. That's why some of these metaverse are ported into mobile apps or
standalone VR headsets also can, or website browser.
The not the problem, like the challenge is really the hardware. I mean, the phones have so much RAM, graphic compute unit is not as good as PC or desktop. So as same goes to Oculus, there are some limitation if you put up super heavy metaverse or experiencing super heavy metaverse glitching. Some geometry might not seen as stable and whatnot. There's some texture issue as well sometimes. So definitely those application of AR, VR really hardware related, but metaverse as a whole is as Jason mentioned, is software related. But definitely in the future, as the hardware become more available, chips become better, faster, smaller, we can even have those augmented or virtual component in our wearables, specs, hats, and some of our elements of our clothing. So that is definitely a bit far off. But for now, it is all about options. You have the metaverse, so how you want to experience it? You want to experience mobile, PC,
VR headset, mobile phone.
So it's options how you want to experience it. So from that core, you can actually choose and experience depending on the first person, third person, or second person point of view. So basically, it is a choice that metaverse developers have to make.
I read the research paper. Someone's like developing contact lens, virtual AR in the contact lens. So it's like contact lens, and you're gonna enter your virtual. I don't know how will that come into fruition also. Yeah.
That sounds exciting though. I would try. Mr. Andy, do you have any add-ons on top of what they have shared?
Yeah, I like to make things simple for the audience to understand, right? VR today, let's talk about AR today. I think AR already very much developed 20 years ago, where basically you have a phone. So instead of when you on your camera, right? Not trying to promote any iPhone, it's just my phone, right? So if you point over something, over a camera, you can see additional things come out. Like last time, say, hey, I can have a dinosaur on my hand, but there's no dinosaur. But you need to see through something to see another thing, right? That's augmented reality during my time, right? Then we have virtual reality where you actually put that headset right now. So the terms and technology keep changing, you see. If I'm going to put it in simple way for everyone to understand, considering AR was very much developed earlier. Actually, AR is more like a software for you to enjoy the immersive experience. And VR is actually required a headset. But you can have both the software and hardware, which is having the virtual reality, and enjoy it and use it in Metaverse, which is why end of this year, we also, some of the tech giants manufacturer is also going to launch like the Apple Glass. You can actually then see more things of what your human eyes can see, right? You can create a dinosaur, you can create a dog, you can create anything right in front of you. So I really think that, and that cost is probably might really disrupt the current onboarding users to Metaverse, because when the hardware is ready, means you can start to enjoy a Metaverse very fast, right? Yeah.
Okay. So my next question is actually like for businesses who are interested in all these metaverse technologies. So is it better if they create a team to create this metaverse for themselves, or is it better if they outsource?
Well, I mean, hiring for my own team was so challenging already. Not too sure how SMEs out there are gonna like hire a metaverse team, right? So typically, I'll just give a brief explanation of how client relationships work with us right now, right? So there are a few things to look at it. If you're planning to join like a metaverse platform, like Meta, okay, got Horizon World, you can really go in Roblox, create some map with Roblox. If you're into crypto, you can go buy Sandbox land, this land. So that is kind of technically easier, which one person from a company, if you're going to assign that fellow to do it, they basically go to this other platform, create a virtual world on it. If you guys have played Gather Town before, it's like a 2D Zelda version of like all these maps, right? That one really, one guy could do it, right? Go in, all the tools are there, the platform is ready, they just choose the map, choose what to edit, put logo, put company, boom, something like that. You kind of have your virtual space already. But if you're playing to like with bigger corporations, they don't really want to go join other people's platform. They want their own, they want to have custom 3D, custom buildings, custom cities for themselves, for example. That's when they have to reach out to like studios like us, for example, really go in and find, because building a metaverse is not like building a website to a certain extent. You have a lot of elements like the 3D planning, concept art, all the calculation, scaling, all these like expertise that only architecture firms or like interior design firms, only they will know one. It's not simply let's just do some square and then one menara and then okay, counting already. So the process is very multidisciplinary. You got your art side, then you got your tech side, then you want multiplayer, someone let's say you want multiplayer, then you got cybersecurity. It actually, like even for my company to build a custom metaverse for a corporate client, it involves art, back-end tech, server and networking, cybersecurity, like everything in a nutshell. And for any corporate company that think they want to start their own team like that, it's actually a huge hurdle for them to achieve something like that. So typically, my usual advice is either you join a platform, which is much easier, or if you're doing it online, you either probably reach out to one of us to actually figure out all this for you. Because if you just go in from scratch and without experience, it's going to be very hard for the company to actually see something happen. From that, that's from my take. Yeah.
I would say if your company has a lot of SKUs or you're always changing your offering, there might be a need. But with that being said, it also have to reflect on your business viability as well. If you are a developer, for example, you are launching 20 projects a year, there might be a case of having your own metaverse company. But on the flip side, if you took external consultant, you have to remember these external consultants work with other developers outside your organization. So some of those ideas that they have been consulting with other developers could be brought into the project that can't be concocted by the internal team. So there's also a balance of between, having a bit more control of your metaverse, but at the same time, bringing fresh new ideas from external consultants. So for them to think about how they're going to go about their business. Really.
Okay. And Mr. Andy?
Yeah, so I think we have the two guys explain basically the whole resources that's required. I shan't go on that further. But on my take, right, if we're going to look at how metaverse can be applied, I think and at both government, commercial level, and personal level, it can all be integrated, right? Which is why earlier on I mentioned the tech giants, right? The social, the office, and the gaming. These three are very big. There's ultimately still going to be like the Google version of metaverse, right? You need to have that platform right now, which people in future can search everything within that metaverse land, right? So I really think the market now is all growing together, and these three industry that we can apply metaverse on, we need companies like the host, we need companies like what Microsoft, Meta is doing, because tech giant is to put everything together. But companies, business, and government, through metaverse, I truly believe that it helped them to bring the level of experience better. And also, like Zoom, right? To me, it's not a metaverse. It's actually like metaverse. I'm seeing you here and I'm seeing you there, right? That's why we can have Zoom meeting. It helped to resolve certain office problem. It helped to resolve certain commercial issues. Like now, I want to see like 10 properties now, right now. I can't be traveling 10 times at one go, right? What if we can use metaverse, we can use a virtual reality to let people experience the property just like though they are at the site. And they can make a decision faster, and they can do a comparison even. Because like what Jason mentioned, right, we can add controls. We can let them do WASD, means we can move left, move right, as good as been there. So if you ask me, I think in terms of application, private, government, and big tech company are all collaborating to build these solutions. And end of the day, all we need, like I say, is just a land parcel for everything to be put together.
Okay. So for all businesses, like it's possible to do it in-house. If you are jumping onto another person's server, it's definitely doable. But if it's like if you want to create your own metaverse, then you definitely have to outsource lah, and with the help of like the government and other developments as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
okay, so on to the next question, which is what are the current challenges that are faced by businesses and consumers who are trying to adopt this metaverse, and how do we tackle that challenge?
I think one of the most common challenge that I typically hear people want when they want to get involved in the metaverse, right? It's fundamentally at our current stage, there is not too many ways for someone to onboard into a metaverse. Like you see, we already mentioned a few of the platforms, a few of the tools. But if I ask you later, after this recording is done, you go create a metaverse for IQI, Joy IQI, for example. What will you do? Right. Like then you're like, okay, panelists also tell me already actually got this platform. And then you realize when you really go to even the platforms that we mentioned earlier on, it's not that straightforward also one, right? And then, but if you want to engage us as a service company to build like a metaverse for you, also not that simple. You start the process of like, we need to figure out requirements, we need to know what you want, meetings, meetings, and then when you come out, tengok the budget, wow, so expensive. For example, it's not even a cheap endeavor like a website or an e-commerce website. It's always something that involves time, cost, and money. And this is where a lot of companies, when they get to a certain extent of understanding the true efforts needed, for example, to do something like this would be a huge challenge that a lot of SMEs, for example, might not be able to get on board. I've been involved in so many talks, right? Giving talks, and a lot of SMEs always come, hey, how do I help I'm a smaller brand, but I want to stand out, and they believe that metaverse might be a way for them to stand out. But then when they realize the implications of like deploying a metaverse for their own selves, it's usually a bit harder. So there are a few more companies out there, and even VTF ourselves, we are working towards like building a platform that enables easier metaverses creation, easier and cheaper metaverses creation for people. And we believe that the way to do it is really to like templatize a few methods. So for example, if you're familiar with Canva, for example, last time even to do graphic design, you gotta learn Photoshop, learn Illustrator. That itself is like a huge learning curve. You cannot use Microsoft Paint, right, at the end of the day. But then Canva came, and Canva was like, okay, we got a lot of templates here, right? 10 templates. You want like a event promotion template? That's all. Change your title, change your logo, boom, suddenly you also can be a designer. So if a boss asks you to do graphic design, suddenly you look at Canva, you look at how other people are using all these sort of like fast templated ways to do it, and it's free / very cheap somehow. VTF personal opinion, not the industry opinion as a whole. If we are able to enable the metaverses to be easier and way cost effective for people to adopt, there will be a challenge that we can solve to enable adoption more massively. So through a platform like that, I know some companies out there are trying to do platforms like this. So that is my personal opinion, and where VTF thinks you can move forward to solve the challenges and difficulties that people are having in terms of getting onto the metaverse right now. Yep.
In our case, we are definitely looking at the pain points of the business. So if there is no pain point or no actual issues to be solved, we're not going to shove metaverse into their face, because some things are just easier on a Web 2, 2D website kind of situation. So we are at the moment, because of the way that the market are, we understand it is a huge capital expenditure to spend on metaverse. We will have to somehow customize each metaverse according to the customer's needs. So, example, if payment gateway, they have a secure payment gateway on their Web2 website, we can just have that external link towards that. So we're not going to abandon their existing infrastructure, but if they want to have some of those infrastructure, for example, 2D chatbot and all this in the metaverse, it is possible to do as well. We just need to ensure that they have a clear roadmap. Maybe early on, it's all about advocacy, product understanding, and then if they want to start transporting some of the features from their Web 2 into an actual 3D environment, that is also possible. So what we want to do is to give them an easy or low threshold to enter, and then eventually, as they experience it, maybe like half a year or 2 quarter or 3 quarter, they start to see engagement got better. The transfer rate from visit to actual purchase got better, then they were willing to spend a little bit more. So the idea is really to keep it, easy. And I would say this is a very early stage, advocacy stage, I would say. And definitely what we want to do is to make it mainstream first to a point where the Roblox generation grew up. I mean, if they play Roblox, it's a game, and then it's already 3D. When they see Maybank to you is actually a 2D site, they're not going to accept it. And then we also have digital banks with digital licensee that don't have a physical presence. So this is some of the avenues that we see. People will start expecting all website, all engagement with brands or companies in the future will be 3D. So slowly, some of these early or pioneers definitely will benefit because as a first movers. But to ensure that we incentivize their movement from 2D website to 3D, I think a hybrid solution is needed.
Okay. Mr. Andy, your thoughts?
Okay, yeah. So just want to clarify, right? When we say metaverse, we have to be specific. Are we enjoying metaverse with VR? Or are we just talking about a piece of land that you don't need any headset? It's totally two different things, right? Like earlier, we talk about exploring properties, right? Using a virtual kind of experience, and you have some control like WASD. So that is not really metaverse, right? When you say metaverse, it must have the immersive experience, which right now it still require a headset, or Apple it require that Apple Glass lens, right? Or HoloLens, Microsoft HoloLens. So that being specific, first I like to dissect first. Metaverse itself, if you just want to build a land and then you want to do control on it on the virtual world, you can do it. Anybody can do it right now. I mean, with today's standard software, in the interior or the design companies or the gaming, they already have. But if you want to make it to have able to control or to move around, then you need a gaming software engine, right? Like Unreal and Unity. That's where you can then control how you want to do it, or there's interaction. Finally, when you want to have the virtual experience, that's when you require that headset to really enjoy that immersive. I don't see any challenges at all right now. In fact, I see interior designs, architect, game developers, they are all going to work very closely together. Why? Because first, like you build the design, you landscape, and then somebody, then maybe you need the producer to like, or story editor or whatever, to come and scope out how the whole cinematic experience is. Finally, we throw it to the game developers to develop those control or how you want to explore that area. So if I see it's a glue between the gaming sector and the construction sector together, and that is very huge. I feel. To me, there's no challenges. It's growing, you see. The only bottleneck that I mentioned earlier on is the 5G. Because it's very bandwidth intensive. I just give an example. A AAA games that is built on Metaverse require a VR headset. It's almost 45 gigabyte just to download. So Metaverse will help to even grow the market in the IT world. Why? Because more spaces are needed, more higher graphic computing power is required, more CPU power is required. Because don't forget, right? We actually know that laptops has overtaken PC, but because of Metaverse, PC will come back again, and that's what we want. Because today's IT dominate the whole global economy of quite a big section. If they're going to crash, the economy will be pulled out again, and that's what we don't want. And that's why we want Metaverse, because then a lot of industry, and these are high net worth industry. Property is one of the most highly sought after industry that wants to onboard and use the immersive experience technology in Metaverse, because it really changes a lot of things. That's how I feel. So challenges is only the infrastructure layer, but at the other level, I don't think it's challenges. In fact, it's an opportunity, and it's a market that can help to prevent the next GFC, which is global financial crisis.
Okay.
And don't forget, sorry, just add on, right?
Yes.
A lot of people don't understand why Metaverse valuation is at $8 trillion. I already mentioned property, IT, just these two market alone, and technology, right? When I say tech company, means I'm referring to Google, Microsoft, Facebook, and stuff like that. So those are those tech companies. So with these three industry, That's why it's worth so much. People don't understand and say, how can the virtual world valuation be worth so much? But because the problems that it's going to solve at the tree industry, that is why 8 trillion is on Metaverse right now.
Okay, so with all of these opportunities, right? There's only from what I'm seeing online is that there are a few things where businesses can leverage on through the metaverse to like gain money, lah, basically. So one of them is like NFTs, performances, like digital wearables, or like they basically market their companies. So do you have any predictions of what other opportunities are to come for like other companies to grow there on the metaverse?
Prediction wise, I feel that because if we really look at the global landscape, even like the Malaysian landscape, companies that have adopted all these new technologies still actually very, very little. I mean, I do know we don't have official data of it, but as compared to, for example, companies that are on websites, companies that are on social media, they have their Facebook pages, all those, being involved in like Web3 or NFTs or like the metaverse is still a very, very small group of companies. And it's still a lot of companies that's very curious about it. They want to get involved into it, but they haven't really made that transition yet. So in this essence, if we do see like few years down the road when more of these sort of key studies and technologies are being out there, you guys are also talking about it. A lot of companies, so that's how they do it. They get more inspired and also have more ideas on how they can be involved, right? So getting involved in increasing the number is something that will progressively happen. Is why I look at it. Because even though all these opportunities are there, all these companies are also not really on there yet. They still do not understand a lot of things, so they need to come, attend this session, for example, understand things a little bit more, and then they would then know better how they can get involved. Because all these still have a lot of untapped opportunities that I think these companies can get involved with.
Okay.
For me, I would say creating values through collectibles or NFT will become less and less important, and minting or secure it or mint it on a blockchain will be a standard in the future. So you need to derive value from somewhere else. It can't be just keep on this speculation market to, for the lack of a better term, fabricate value out of these digital assets. Digital assets, minted digital assets, or off-chain digital asset will be a standard. So the only difference is one with ownership, one with no ownership to back it up. So the value will actually come for real life business, I would say, as you pack or you reflect, for example, a metaverse of a real estate. That metaverse of real estate will derive value from the actual real estate. For us, we look at a little bit more closer to actual business. So that's why we don't focus on selling digital land or collectibles per se. We want to ensure that businesses have some relatable, tangible values in real physical environment. Hence, we adopt a bit more a hybrid situation, a phygital approach, I would say, physical and digital, trying to work together so that they see that some of their existing products can be offered in Metaverse. So we want them to somehow go through this intermediate phase, and then eventually, if they decided to go all out digital, for example, selling digital apartment, digital building, it's totally up to them. But for now, to ensure that they have the understanding, we want to make it a little bit more hybrid environment per se. In the future, definitely predictions, nobody knows. I'm also not sure how long the bear market gonna last. Definitely, if we have obviously Ethereum has become a little bit more efficient chain right now. And in the future, who knows? Ethereum could be seen as a dinosaur as we have a far more efficient, faster, leaner chain in the future. Only time will tell.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Andy?
Yeah, so I work in the blockchain space, right? And I've been advocating this. So this is something, again, a very interesting topic for me. So I'd like to first explain what is NFT in case of some of you may not even know by watching this convention. So think of it that anything that is physical today, be it like a picture of this drink box, right? Like this is a real physical product. I can take a picture, okay, and then put it to a website, and then the website will process it, and these are called NFT, basically transforming anything that is physical into a digital asset. and then you can actually own it. And how do you own it? We will have a digital wallet where then you can put this inside your wallet. So I hope that first explain what is NFT, which is why even in the property market, they are saying you can actually fractionalize your property into NFT. Instead of $1 million for the property, you sectionize into parts, like 100 parts. And then one part may be 100,000. And what if I can digitize it and I can give you the ownership and keep in your digital wallet? Do not forget, right? Digital wallet, you can keep it for a very, very long time. These are not paid. These are not like papers, they get old and stuff like that, right? It's in your computer. It's stored in the hard disk, right? So I want to explain again so that everyone clearly understand how NFT digital wallet works. First part. The second part is when we have a big land and we start building Malaysia, Singapore, or we build the whole countries out. Then we start putting shopping malls. We put the street name, Kuala Lumpur, PJ, JB, Kedah, and stuff like that. Then what if we also map out the house, the office, the school? Once these are all done, what can we do with it? The question mark, are we just going to explore it for fun? No, right? That's where NFT comes in, right? All these little things in the house, in the room, I can take a picture and I can make people to buy it. So I can today buy then don't forget, right? Before you can enter the metaverse in future, you will need to create a profile. After you create a profile, you need to avatar yourself, right? Earlier on, we mentioned this. So, but avatar is just one part. You will need to buy this NFT like a Nike shoes. But instead of real Nike shoes, you buy in the virtual world. These items are called NFT. So you buy it, and then I can actually skin it. I can wear it, and then when another person or my friend wearing the VR headset, they can see that avatar with that Nike shoe, with maybe a Gucci bag or Prada. So these are all what I meant by physical into digital assets. And then in order for you to enjoy the experience in the virtual world, and you want to show what your friend is, what you're wearing, or what car you're driving, I cannot be bringing the Lamborghini or Ferrari up to the metaverse world. There's no metaverse world, right? Metaverse is a virtual land, is a virtual world. So just want to make sure that everyone clearly understand that, especially those that is so new to this. And earlier on, the host too mentioned there's a monetization involved, right? Physical, online retail shops are being taken over by online shopping. Metaverse provide the third level of experience where you can shop in the virtual world and buy these things because your friends will be seeing you in the virtual world by VR headsets in future. Remote working have make the future to have more and more digital nomads while being able to connect to one another using AR and VR headset in the metaverse. But NFTs are important because it creates a whole new ecosystem of digital assets, and the current businesses are still able to leverage and yet prepare for the future.
Okay. All right. So thank you everyone for the insight. So we'll wrap this up with a final question for all of you. So as a pioneer in this industry, can you give like closing thoughts on the metaverse?
Right. So I think through all the panelists, we kind of agree that it's a very infancy stage sort of like engagement right now, especially in the digital world, right? It's only because Mark Zuckerberg came, changed everything to Meta, and it's like a lot of people start to be aware of it. But if really we talk about like the word itself, metaverse, it's like a very old novel called Snow Crash. Already started about sci-fi movies, novels, all talk about this sort of like virtual worlds, digital twins, and things like that already. It has been going for some while, but right now, real world execution and implementation into it is still rather new. Not too many companies are trying to push for it yet. If you compare like the metaverse to like mobile app development or even games, even the gaming industry is like way bigger than the metaverse industry. So we still need to kind of give it some time. And then for all the early adopters and early innovators that believe in the space, we do see them having like great growth going down the road rather than they trying to come in much later and to see how things goes. Always, I believe that first movers in this space will reap the most benefits and rewards. And we still have to be very bullish about the idea and continue executing and give the best we can so that the industry will actually thrive in the future. Yep.
I think for businesses that venturing into metaverse, I would say you have to be clear I think clarity to see where Metaverse could fit into your existing business model is important, or even have another branch of your existing business as as a new venture or a subsidiary maybe. So the idea was really to ensure that you solve and complement your existing business to a certain extent. Obviously, Metaverse is also a tool for business, and we want to actually move from just engaging potential customer or educating potential customer to actual servicing the customer. So if you look at some of the physical restricted activities that you have, for example, your shop is not that big, maybe you can transfer half of the shop and you can downscale the physical size of the shop, for example, is a worthy venture into Metaverse, then you should take the leap. But we always say that if you want to get into the space, first you need to be clear where you're going, because we want them to feel the Metaverse is an added value to their business and not like an additional expenditure to their business, and they become frustrated and demotivated to even venture into the Metaverse space as technology grows in the future. So if they feel demotivated right now and better technology came, let's say next year, they will not, okay, I tried that before, it doesn't work, I don't think it's for us. That sentiment could last 4 years, just like how you think Proton car are still having these bad windows, right? Power windows, even though they are not true anymore. But that sentiment that lasted for 20 years are carried towards today. Same goes to how you feel AirAsia is a budget-friendly airline. But if you look at certain circumstances, it's actually not. So that is fairly important. So in our case, we want to make sure that they feel motivated and have some level of faith in the technology, so that in the future, as new technology comes, they will adopt them and then improve their metaverse that they have today.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Andy.
Yeah, I will just have one word for you all to associate for those that are wanting to explore metaverse is immersive. That's the word I want to say about metaverse. Why? Because immersive experience, you can experience things in a different world, in a virtual world, and you can actually do more things, right? Also, immersive shopping, immersive interaction. So everything that you want to see of what your normal human naked eyes cannot do, you can do it by wearing a VR and do tons of things there. But if I want to relate or put a business industry that is close to metaverse, and I feel that this business sector is very big, is actually the NFT shopping part. Because when people start to be able to experience, they need to have activities. And if you don't have activities, and activities can lead to social interaction, can lead to monetization, which these two parts right now is probably one of the biggest thing that people do, right? Why I say that? Social interaction. Look at all the our WhatsApp, our these social chat tools, right? Almost every one of us do it, and a lot of users are from there. But what if you can take that into the next level? Because they already have a users, they already have already users. So what if we take that into a next level? So I really think you need to look at what are the current users in the market can leverage on such technology, and they want to use it, right? The social users. That's why I say the social interaction. Next is the shoppers, the social shoppers. It could be a property, right? It could be a property buyer. It could be aircon buyer. Because when you don't want to go to the shop, you want to see how my aircon look like in my house, or today I changed my wall color, how it look like. I can do that in a metaverse world, right? So I think the shopping part is very big as well, because NFT is evolving, and NFT right now is the mass bridge for people onto blockchain, right? Of course, in view of this, I don't want to mention cryptocurrency. I just mentioned blockchain. And so that's why everything is immersive. And the way I see it is that right now, we already have users of this that's ready to onboard. It's just that it need more and more companies like what the two hosts are doing to start with very basic thing first. Virtual reality, VR, touring, experiencing. Then Later on, when the platforms are ready, then we can onboard this company over. But if you don't even take a first step in transforming your business to a virtual reality, then we don't talk about metaverse. But bear in mind, it is the future. Whether we like it or not, it is going to be. I grew in an era of website. I think, I'm not sure, like the both of you, but nobody believed website will explode. Like, no, it's not possible. I want to feel the shoes. I will never buy it on the online. Never. But it took 20 years. Why it took 20 years? Of course, because of Web 1 to Web 3, but also because it takes for many companies to slowly transform, but not for Metaverse. There's already users that are highly equipped, they are very high tech, they are very savvy. It all starts with the social chat thing, right? So onboarding now is going to be much faster from Web 1 to Web 2. And Web 2 to Web 3 is super fast. That's how I see it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for all the comments. So that's a wrap. Thank you to Mr. Jason, Mr. Kawa, and Mr. Andy online. So today, to wrap up this, our title again, the evolution of business metaverse in businesses. And I bet the audience have learned a lot. I have learned that how to jump on the metaverse and how to leverage the metaverse for your own businesses. So I hope the audience has enjoyed today as much as we did. So that's all for today. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you,
Bye.
host.
Thank
Bye-bye,
you.
everybody. Bye-bye.
Metaverse. What an engaging and exciting discussion. We are so glad to have such inspiring speakers who are sharing their knowledge regarding the metaverse in great detail. Thank you again to all of our panelists for their insightful discussion. Before we take a short break to refresh ourselves, let's have a giveaway session. Are you interested to win a fantastic prize? For today's giveaway session, we will be giving away Xiaomi Smart Robot Vacuum Cleaner 1C. All you need to do is scan the QR code and submit your answer. The question is, in what year was the Metaverse first coined? So remember, scan the QR code, submit your answer, and you could be our lucky draw winner. The winner will be announced in our Facebook page, IQI Global. Be sure to like our page and follow it so that you will know when we announce the winner. With that being said, I hope you guys have enjoyed the first half of our session, and of course it's time for us to take a short break. But not to worry, there is much more, and we are going to be right back after this break.
大家好，我是新航道吴新宇老师，目前就任上海学校合作发展中心总监。非常荣幸今天能够受邀参加本次亚太科技大会的活动，感谢我们主办方 QI 网的邀请。今天我要分享的主题是未来以来你是否具备全球胜任力。21世纪科技进步开启了真正的全球化，身处地球不同的角度的人们可以通过互联网随时沟通和联络，这是一个人类历史上从来未有过的时刻。那同时在生活在这个时代的青少年，生活、学习和工作也同样面临着巨大的一个挑战。先给大家看一下这两份数据。那第一份数据是麦肯锡全球研究中心发布的，到2030年，全球8亿人的就业岗位将由机器所代替，而中国将有1亿人面对职业转型。到2030年，在自动化发展迅速的蔓延下，中国高达31%的工作时间将被自动化取代。那第二份数据是在2020年，中国出国留学人数达到60万人，而全世界各个国家地区到中国来留学的人数是48.92万。我们可以发现，留学已经成为了一种双向并且有趣味的这样的一个互动。那么在这两份数据也进一步显示了，在全球化深入发展的时代，就业岗位会继续压缩， 而个体所面对的就业压力也会越来越大。在未来，无论是在升学战还是在就业市场，来自不同国家的孩子们将面临更加激烈的角逐。如果说面对日益增强的全球化趋势，这一代年轻人还可以诠释还可以选择参与到国际竞争中，而未来一代则只能被动的进入到国际舞台。无论你是否选择出国留学，语言能力、学术能力、实践能力都需要不断的提升，以适应未来发展的需要。在这种情况下，全球胜任力的概念应运而生。2017年12月12日，在哈佛大学校园经合组织教育与技能理事会与哈佛大学教育研究院共同发布了国际学生能力评估测试 PISA 全球胜任力框架。该框架从知识、价值观、态度、技能等4个维度对全球胜任力做出了明确的定义。首先，青少年能够分析当地、全球和跨文化问题的能力。第二个，理解和欣赏他人的观点和世界观的能力。第三个是与不同文化背景的人进行开放、得体和有效的互动的能力，以及为集体福祉和可持续发展采取行动的能力。总结来说，全球胜任力就是一种更好的胜任全球范围内多种职务、适应全球生存和发展的能力或者素养。全球胜任力如果说只从这4个角度来讲的话，那实际上还是不完整的。我们把全球胜任力这个概念引进来的时候，还需要把它本土化，要有自己的特色。2018年8月份，新航道集团正式成立了全球胜任力研究中心，并逐步推出研究成果，用于指导实践。首先，在全球胜任力的理论、模式、框架等进行文献研究，结合新航道的教育教学实践，组织国内外多名专家反复研讨之后，2019年我们提出了新航道全球胜任力框架模型。首先，全球胜任力如果说是一座大厦的话，那它的顶尖应该是全球视野，孩子们应该站在全球的角度、全世界的角度来看待问题、看待自身，要有这样的一种胸怀和眼界。除了塔尖之外两边还有2根大的柱子，能够把这个大厦给立稳。那这2个柱子是什么呢？我们把它称之为硬实力。第一个硬实力是人文科技素养。现在这个新的时代，所有的万事万物都是互联的，在解决一个问题的时候，我们通常是需要利用跨学科的知识来进行跨界的思考。这就要求我们这种综合素养应该是具备一些方方面面的基本的常识，这样才能够更好的把控自己。这是人文科技素养。人文科技素养就是我们提到的科学、技术、阅读与写作、艺术、工程、数学，这是整个构成人文科技素养的方方面面。另一个硬实力就是外语能力。现在面向未来的时候，外语能力应该是一种必需品。如果多会一种外语的话，人生的道路上就会开启更多的门，就会有更多的机会。人文科技素养和外语能力是必不可少的2种硬实力。除了这2边的柱子之外呢，中间还有4根柱子，我们把它叫做软实力。软实力是指21世纪的人才核心素养，比如我们讲的沟通、批判性思维、合作、创新与创造，通常叫做4C， 不只是智商，更多的是情商，包括如何与人沟通协作的能力等等。我们上面把全球胜任力模型比作大厦，那么这个大厦最重要的是要有根基有地基。在全球胜任力的模型里面特别强调中国根基，中国根基是整个大厦的基础，如果没有这个基础，全球胜任力就是一个浮萍。可能这个孩子培养出来就是完全不知道自己是谁，没有自己的民族认同，没有自己真正的身份，没有真正的根基，他也就没有办法产生一种顶天立地的力量。那么中国根基就是指对自己传统文化的传承，这个文化当然面很宽，比方说我们的人文精神，包括整个历史、整个文化的渊源，方方面面都是属于中国根基的核心内容。那我们讲到全球胜任力的时候呢， 实际上是要真正立足于我们自身，具备这种传统的中国的根基，我们才能够走得更远，能够有更大的发展空间。18年来，新航道一次又一次的教学升级，在行业内18年厉兵秣马，我们新航道一直以精湛的教学品质、脚踏实地的工作作风、稳扎稳打的实干精神，目前已经培育出数以万计的具有全球胜任力的青少年人才，让中国走向世界，让世界了解中国。新航道结合18余年教育的经验探索，提出用英语讲中国故事这一文化交流理念，将英语和经典的中国故事结合，创新中国文化传播形式。用英语讲中国故事，《论语》、《道德经》、《孙子兵法》等等双语系列丛书的出版，掀开了中外文化交流的新篇章，也启动了用英语讲中国故事的活动。目前我们做到了第3届正在进行当中，将面向国内的大学、中学、小学生以及来华留学生，还有海外留学生这样的一个活动，通过海内外青少年一同来讲述中国故事，促进民心相通、文明交流。未来以来，向世界展现中国精神，与世界其他国家的不同文化进行交流，已经成为青少年即将肩负的使命和挑战。全球化已经成为不可抗拒的潮流，新航道全球胜任力研究中心需要继续探索，用研究成果进行思想引领，尤其是对全球胜任力教育实践、教师培养等问题的研究，以及对中国根基进行诠释，继续将全球胜任力融入到我们的课程体系、教学策略和教学评价之中，提升教师的全球胜任力的教学能力，为学生创建全球化的学习环境。最后，感谢大家的聆听，真诚的希望继续与各位教育界的同仁在一起，探索面向未来的教育，培养具备全球胜任力的新时代人才。谢谢大家。
am a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I found the good fight.
I am
the embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved.
I
realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022. Wesley Lee Hall from IQI Reality Cinema. Real Estate Credible of the Year 2022 goes to IQI Realty Cinema. Last Real Estate Firm of the Year 2022. IQI Realty
Ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to Star Properties Awards 2022 Realtor Edition. Congratulations to Jaden Lee Chiu-Teng from IQI Realty Cinema. From IQI
National Real Estate Awards. Doris IQI Realty's in your behalf. The winner is IQI Realty's in your
There is a place, a paradise, where every moment is special, where every instance is filled with joy and happiness, embraces the future, embraces technology, cultivates growth, emanates an abounding vision, a force that powers the world, a force that drives the development of mankind. Welcome to the world of IQI. With the advent of massive urbanization, population growth, the emergence of Web 3.0, quantum leap communication, and rapid digital technologies, the quest to discover the true meaning for real estate is ever more demanding, where trade, commerce, manufacturing, living, governing, education, and recreation are connected cohesively to form the building blocks of a society, and how well a nation advances, and how it is closely interlaced by the infrastructure of its real estate. At IQI, the journey begins by bringing people from all walks of life, where we enhance their capabilities through mentorship, digital development, and aligning our collective vision to realize aspirations by empowering individuals and corporations to discover their objectives and real estate dreams. Unconventional, going beyond real estate, and defying stereotypes. IQI, Asia's global real estate partner, has a command center for more than 30,000 sales agents worldwide and access to create, manage, curate, and produce our very own real estate stories via IQI Network, Asia's largest library of real estate videos. IQI Network to better serve our communities. Developed IQI Atlas, our very own digital ecosystem platform to empower all global transactions for both primary and secondary market, and a hub for end-to-end customer solutions, comprising of development consultancy, real estate transactions, interior design, hospitality, property management and valuation, world's leading international property platform. Now, kickstart your journey with IQI, Asia's global real estate partner.
I'm a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel and discover the world.
I am a warrior. I follow the good fight.
I am
the embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved.
I realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022. Wesley Yi Hong from IQI Realty Cinderella. Real Estate Firm of the Year 2022 goes to IQI Realty Cinderella. Last Real Estate Firm of the Year 2022. IQI Realty Ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to Star Properties Awards 2022 Realtor Edition. Congratulations to Chairman Alistair Hong. Lim Chiu Teng from IQI Realty Cinderella.
a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I follow the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I follow the good fight.
I am
the embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved
I
realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022. Wesley Sally Hall from IQI Reality Studio Prague. Real Estate Firm of the Year 2022 goes to IQI Realty Studio Real Estate Firm of the Year 2022. IQI Realty Ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to Star Properties Awards 2022 Realtor Edition. Congratulations to Shaden Lim Chiu Teng from IQI Realty Chicago. From IQI Realty
the 13th National Real Estate Awards. Doris IQI Realty Security Live. The winner is IQI Realty Security
There is a place, a paradise, where every moment is special, where every instance is filled with joy and happiness, embraces the future, embraces technology, cultivates growth, emanates an abounding vision, a force that powers the world, a force that drives the development of mankind. Welcome to the world of IQI. With the advent of massive urbanization, population growth, the emergence of Web 3.0, quantum leap communication, and rapid digital technologies, the quest to discover the true meaning for real estate is ever more demanding, where trade, commerce, manufacturing, living, governing, education, and recreation are connected cohesively to form the building blocks of a society, and how well a nation advances, and how it is closely interlaced by the infrastructure of its real estate. At IQI, the journey begins by bringing people from all walks of life, where we enhance their capabilities through mentorship, digital development, and aligning our collective vision to realize aspirations by empowering individuals and corporations to discover their objectives and real estate dreams. Unconventional, going beyond real estate, and defying stereotypes. IQI, Asia's global real estate partner, has a command center for more than 30,000 sales agents worldwide and access to create, manage, curate, and produce our very own real estate stories via IQI Network, Asia's largest library of real estate videos. IQI Network to better serve our communities. Developed IQI Atlas, our very own digital ecosystem platform to empower all global transactions for both primary and secondary market, and a hub for end-to-end customer solutions, comprising of development consultancy, real estate transactions, interior design, hospitality, property management and valuation, world's leading international property platform. Now, kickstart your journey with IQI, Asia's global real estate partner.
I'm a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior. I follow the good fight.
I am
the embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved.
I
realize
dreams.
IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022.
a changed man.
I am empowered.
I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior. I follow the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Welcome back. It's me, Dante, again, your host for the Adapt International Convention 2022. I hope all of you have had a wonderful break, because right now I need you guys to tune up the gears as we will be resuming our journey of empowerment with the next awesome speaker. Are you ready? Let's go.
Hi, my name is Aaron Sama. I'm really excited to bring this topic to you today. Today, we're going to be talking about Web3. It's a buzzword that we hear a lot these days. There are lots of publicity going on in the media. If any of you have been on Twitter lately, you'll see tons of people talking about cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum. You'd hear people talking about NFTs, especially in the last year, it's been pretty hot. Lately, you're hearing a lot of stuff about the Metaverse. And today we're just going to be talking about whether or not, is this a real opportunity or is it a myth? So my name is Aaron Sama. I am the co-founder and general partner of Scale Up Malaysia and the co-founder of Remote Ventures. Before we move forward, I just want to say one thing. This is not investment advice. I expect everybody listening to this to look at this with a critical eye, judge everything I say, and in general, just in terms of looking at any sort of products like this, you should make your own decision as to whether or not you would like to make an investment or enter into the space. And I hope that this is just a taste for you to understand a little bit more about the space, and then you can go dig deeper and understand it a little bit better. So we'll start. I have 5 main blocks for this presentation. The first block is a little bit of an introduction. So I thought I'd share a little bit about myself. I'm an entrepreneur, investor, and I'm sometimes a speaker. In 2015, I started a travel startup that I sold to AirAsia in 2017. It was called Touristly. It was a travel company. And right now, it is kind of a lot of what you see within AirAsia. We were kind of one of the early guys who came in and were involved in that initiative. In 2019, I co-founded an accelerator called Scale Up Malaysia. We invest and catalyze startups who are at the growth stage, and we've invested in 30 companies so far. In 2020, I co-founded a venture studio or incubator called Remote Ventures, and we've helped build 5 new ventures within the ecosystem that are around today. So I've invested in a total of 35 companies, and this has all happened in the last 2 years. In Web3, I own a small portfolio of tokens, as some of you in the room may be also owners of tokens. I have purchased NFTs before, and recently I've come aboard as an advisor for Unit Ventures. They're building a token economy for communities, and they're building communities all over the world. And so really excited to be a part of Unit Ventures as a part of my education in understanding about this space. I thought we'd begin just by looking into a little bit about how we got here. And I think a lot of people don't appreciate how things have evolved. In the early 2000s and the late 90s, we had what was called Web 1.0. And what was specific about Web 1.0 that was interesting was that it was very much read-only. Many of you may remember this period. Some of you may remember using Excite or Lycos or even the earliest versions of Yahoo or MSN. And the whole thing about the early internet was you would just read stuff. And people would just put effectively newspapers online and you just read it. Then about 10 years or so, thereabout, maybe a bit more than 10 years ago, we started looking at new kinds of platforms, right, which were called Web 2 platforms. And these platforms were interesting because these platforms allowed you to read and write. So if you've ever gone to Facebook, which I'm sure most people on this video presentation have done, or even Instagram, you're able to upload your own content onto Facebook. You're able to comment in the chat interface. So it's an interactive game you are playing with, not just yourself, where you're just reading and consuming information. You are participating in creating information that other people consume. And that's what we call the Web 2.0 economy. Web 3.0 has another layer, and that's what we call trust, right? So you're able to read, you're able to write, but you also have trust verifiable, whereby you're able to kind of understand who it is who is writing this. Is this person a real person? And is there value behind what the person is saying based on certain rule sets that are created? So Web 3.0 is the evolution of the internet. And so a lot of people looking at this space would say Web 3.0 is the new internet. What is coming next? And so that's kind of how Web 3.0 started. In Southeast Asia, where we live, Web 3.0 is actually busting. It's really growing really fast. And I thought I'd just give you a little bit of an illustration of what it looks like right now, based on Web 2.0, where you have familiar names which you may see on the screen, such as Rakuten, Grab is there, Gojek is there, Oyo is there. And in Web 3.0, you see a lot of other players, like Polygon and Tencent and WIR, all in this space growing. And so Southeast Asia is quite exciting for the Web 3 entrepreneurship space. The ecosystem is actually quite large. You're looking at a $81.6 billion marketplace by 2030. It's quite big. It's bigger than the GDP of some countries, including ours, actually. And I think it's something that is really, really interesting for you as people to get involved with, because it's going to be a huge economy moving forward. In fact, every big tech company is investing in Web3. Famously, Meta, as you know, has invested in the Oculus device. They're spending billions of dollars putting a VR headset on people's eyes so that you can then enter into a virtual world. Instagram recently announced just a couple of days ago that you'll be able to mint, which is to produce and purchase NFTs on their platform. Twitter, for example, was one of the first platforms to actually allow you to put an NFT as your profile picture. So every single platform is kind of doing something. Even guys like Tesla, Elon Musk last year was making noises about how eventually you can buy Tesla with Dogecoin or Bitcoin. So it's really exciting to see what's happening in this space. Gaming companies like Unity and like Sony are looking to use crypto as a part of the transaction mechanism within their games. So all major tech firms have Web3 initiatives. For some, it's a new line of business. So like Meta, completely different from what Facebook was. But for some of them, it's enhancements, right? So like Instagram, the creators already there. Let's add more things they can do with the creations they make and help them monetize it, right? So the big question that we should ask ourselves for some of these companies is this a fear of missing out, or what we call FOMO, or is this actual strategy? And I think the jury is still kind of out on this. But what's very clear is that everybody sees potential in this space. So let's talk a little bit about what is Web3 exactly, right? And the answer to this is kind of nuanced, right? Because Web3 means a lot of things to a lot of people, right? On one layer, it's what we call the blockchain, right? Understanding the space, which is about people being able to do different things within a little ecosystem. We'll talk a bit about that later, right? Crypto is probably one of those things that gets the most attention, which is things like Bitcoin and Ethereum and NFTs. That's kind of what's encapsulated in that crypto. And then the metaverse itself being more popular thanks to what Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook is doing. But there are a whole bunch of other things too. There are things like DAOs or distributed finance like DeFi. There's mining, smart contracts, decentralized storage, and even AR, VR, and a whole bunch of stuff. So Web3 is actually like a catch-all for a whole bunch of different technologies, all built on similar ideas of common ownership of the internet rather than centralized ownership. And so to that point, let's talk about the blockchain itself, right? When the internet first started, and when we first started doing things online or on computers, let's talk about when we went on computers, we had a lot of decentralized networks. Meaning, remember, if some of you are old enough to remember this, in the early 2000s, every office had a server room. And for the young people out there, it's a room where you put a big device and people could actually access information, and all the information of your company is stored in that place. And so those networks could not talk to each other, but people within that network could get information. And then with Web 2, what happened was we moved to a lot of cloud-based or centralized networks. So now instead of hosting it in a server in my office, now you host it in the cloud, like Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud, and you would host it in the cloud and you can get information from there, which is the current way the internet works. But it is centralized. So in this case, Google, Amazon, Alibaba would own that information. A distributed network means everybody owns information, and everybody owns the information through their personal device. And when something is done to change the information or the base information, everybody on the network is changed. One of the things that people used to ask me is like, is blockchain a chain of blocks or a block of chains? And the real answer is it's in fact a chain of blocks. And the blocks are unique because every block contains the same information and is owned by the individual. And if something changes within that block, the entire chain of blocks will have the information change. And that's something that's very unique to what blockchain presents, and which is why blockchain in itself has spawned all these new technologies, because you're now able to create new ideas and new economies around this concept. Cryptocurrency is the first thing, like you see on the slide, is virtual money, right? Which I think everybody knows. But what I think is interesting about cryptocurrency is because it uses theories around the blockchain to do things. So for example, you are able to what they call use cryptography and an algorithm on the blocks. So that certain things need to happen for you to have the cryptocurrency. This is what we call things like proof of work, or this is kind of like smart contracts in order for the currency to have value. And as I mentioned earlier, with blockchain itself, there's an element of the decentralized network, which is how you form the basis of cryptocurrency. There are actually lots of cryptocurrencies. They're actually counting 1,200 cryptocurrencies out there. And every day there are new cryptocurrencies formed. In the height of 2021, there was reports saying that there were 1,000 cryptocurrencies being created every month. But basically there are 8 types, right? There are payment currencies like Bitcoin, right? Where you use it as a store of value to buy stuff, right? Then there are also cryptocurrencies that are used as for economies, right? So where Ethereum is famous for this, where you're able to own a digital asset with a smart contract where ownership can transfer based on certain activities, right? And people are excited about Ethereum for this exact reason, because it's not just money, it's money with brains, and which allows you to do different things. There are things like privacy coins, stable coins, where you're fixing the price of the currency with another stable asset such as gold or dollars or something like that, right? The utility tokens, which again, you use it for product or services. There's the security coins. Non-fungible tokens is the thing that you hear about, which is called NFTs, which we'll talk about a bit later. And decentralized finance as well, which is another part of it. Mainstream brands are adopting NFTs. So in fact, NFTs are pretty exciting now, because you see Nike, Budweiser, Adidas, all these brands are coming in, and even fashion brands need to use NFTs. NFTs right now have a global value as of last year of 11.3 billion. These are brands that are minting it. And even locally, I know a company like Aeon, for example, has minted NFTs recently. So very interesting to see the space and how this is developing. The idea of building an asset value in token, in the form of a token, it builds loyalty and revenue. So people are very interested in doing it. What remains to be seen is how these companies are looking at their investments in NFTs itself. For a lot of them, this is not really a new business. For a lot of these companies, it's a marketing cost. It's a good way to tell people that I'm in this space, I'm doing something in Web3, I'm cool, please come and interact with my brand. But I think when we see the transition from this being more marketing cost to actually being a real business, that's when it becomes kind of interesting when it comes to NFTs. In 2021, everyone was literally buying NFTs. What you're seeing here is the famous Bored Ape Yacht Club, which is one of the more famous NFT collections out there. There was a Malaysian who bought Jack Dorsey's first tweet for $2.9 million US, which is actually very interesting. And apparently the guy is in Malaysia right now. And so these are things that are interesting within the NFT space, where you're able to put a value on effectively a picture file, right? But the picture file is owned by you exclusively. I bought an NFT. The first NFT I bought was this girl who was from Klang. Her name is Visitra, and she came out in the local newspapers as saying one of those people, he's an artist who had a difficult time in Malaysia, but she last year made 1.5 million ringgit from selling NFTs to, and people like Snoop Dogg were people who bought the thing. And the picture on the left is her tweeting back at me for buying her NFT. So that was really interesting, just being a part of that as a part of the story. NFTs are interesting for people like this, right? Because when you're able to sell your artwork, it's not just simply about selling the artwork and for the initial transaction. Today, when you buy a physical painting, you buy the painting, and then if I were to buy the painting and sell it to my friend, the artist who initially painted the painting gets nothing. Leonardo da Vinci's family, for example, gets nothing for the Mona Lisa, no matter how valuable it is today, right? But with NFT, you can code your NFT to have value in it. And with that, you're actually able to actually transact value out of your token, which is really interesting. So the artist can continue to earn royalty every time their artwork is sold, which is how it becomes really interesting for artists. And it's not just limited to painting artists or people who paint. It's also music artists and anybody who does a creative work. NFTs could create a very new economy for them, which never existed before. The metaverse is also interesting. It's kind of a culmination of digital currencies. It's NFTs, it's infrastructure, it's VR, and a whole bunch of stuff being put together to create effectively virtual worlds, right? And you're seeing Mark Zuckerberg really spent a lot of money in this space, betting effectively the brand of Facebook on this. But in a more commonplace, for those who have kids, Roblox is effectively a metaverse, right? Your kids can live in there. They have entire lives in there. Same with Minecraft. And there are other virtuals, other Decentraland, Sandbox, and Horizon venues. And there are a whole bunch of different places where people can interact online. Having tried it myself, I think it's really exciting. And we did it actually at an event hosted by Digital News Asia about a month or so ago, where a whole bunch of industry players from Malaysia gathered together, all in Oculus Rifts, in the virtual world and interacted. And this is me. I think I look really good in the metaverse. So I thank whoever rendered that for me. And taking a selfie in the metaverse. So it was kind of fun. I must admit though, I don't think I can do it for hours on end. I think after like 30 minutes, it kind of becomes an intense experience. Gaming, of course, is another very exciting space where people are actually building great products. You're seeing the new Web3 gaming opportunities really becoming very hot. Axie Infinity is one of those companies based out of the Philippines that's doing really, really well. People are really earning really good money by playing games using the Web3 interface, where your tokens actually have value. Interesting to note, within the gaming space, tokens have actually been a part of games for years, right? So now what you're doing is, instead of just it being in-store coupons or in-store value they can really use in the system, you're creating actually a monetary value to it, which you can then use to buy other things, which is really interesting. Here are some of the top 5 games around the world, which I think is really interesting to see kind of the traction of some of these products. So I think it's really interesting to see what Web3 is all about, what it can do. It's very fascinating, the kind of businesses it can inspire. But the last few months, especially the last year, has been really difficult. Some of you know, Bitcoin and Ethereum have dropped in value significantly. NFTs have kind of had a bit of a bust. And I think it's giving people a lot of pause. As I mentioned earlier, the recent months have not been kind. Bitcoin saw the greatest deflation in a while. Just in mid-November, we saw a platform called FTX, which is a cryptocurrency exchange built for traders. And these guys actually have more or less gone bust. Sequoia Capital, who invested quite a bit in them, are writing off $150 billion worth of investment in the company. And so it's a tough time for anybody trading in cryptocurrencies. Though it's an interesting opportunity for those investing now with the hopes that this may grow in time to come. NFT trading volume has also collapsed. It's about 97% from its January peak. The little chart on the right-hand side shows you kind of how it blipped, and then now it's kind of become a shadow of what it was before. So it's really interesting to see how the initial hype of Web3 kind of deflated a little bit. And of course, very, very recently, we've read about how Mark Zuckerberg had to fire 11,000 people, which was 13% of the entire Facebook workforce or the Meta workforce, after spending $15 billion on his Metaverse initiative. So really, really interesting, kind of sad news, in fact, for those people who lost their jobs, but of course, makes every one of us who are not in the space and looking in ask questions, but is there truly value in this Web3 product itself? I would contend that there is, in fact, value. And I would contend that what's really happening is that we're seeing a lot of the hype go out of the ecosystem, and now people have the opportunity to build real products. It's not just about the rah, and you can see all these kind of crypto guys who are out there in weird costumes and talking about their cryptos and stuff like that. I'm more interested in what the technology can bring to the world. And so I'm going to share with you 5 ideas which I think are really interesting for the world at large, and I'd like you to just consider them for a second. Firstly, think of what this could do for supply chain. Imagine if you could trace the trajectory of every product from the starting point to the customer's doorstep using currency of the blockchain. All parties in the transaction can use the blockchain platform to reduce time delays, added costs, and also reduce human errors, because you'd be really surprised to see how much human involvement is involved in getting the product from the factory to your house every single time you make a Lazada order. Without any central intermediary in the process, it also reduces fraud significantly. And by reducing the amount of resistance in the process, it extends to create more clean tech and green tech, which is actually better for the environment. So there's one idea that I think is really worth considering. The other thing is, after recently going through an election, future-proofing the voting system. Our voting systems around the world have not changed for decades, if not more, right? And I think we now can use new technologies, such as blockchain technology, to kind of create a chain of millions of nodes that will support the number of voters simultaneously. It is immutable, so people cannot change the record without everybody knowing about it. It's encrypted, it's decentralized, and this will result in an incorruptible database. And also, the network can't be taken down by third parties. So I'm really excited to see who creates the first blockchain voting system and implements it in their country, because I think that will create a very, very interesting space. Imagine not having to go to a polling booth to vote, but you can do it from your phone because it's all encrypted on the blockchain. That's really exciting to me. Retail can also change, right? Where we've had loyalty for a long time. We had comes at Bonus Link and B Cup by Bajaya. Another real-world application is overhauling the retail experience with loyalty rewards. One thing we've noticed is that we've had loyalty for a long time, which used this concept of points. Bonus Link does it, Azure Rewards does it, B Card by Bajaya Group does it as well. But using blockchain technology, you can have higher transaction speeds, because right now, have you ever tried to redeem points from any of these vendors? It takes a long time. But with a blockchain and a crypto wallet, you're able to do it much faster. You can create the value, store the value for customers in a safe and immutable environment. And, cryptocurrency transactions are not bogged down by centralized authorities, because everything is with a smart contract that's already programmed into each of the blocks in the chain, so that you don't actually have to go and get authorization by a human or a centralized person to get it done. It's actually much faster, much more efficient, which means handing out rewards can be kind of simultaneous and almost instantaneous for the end user. Number 4, copyright and ownership protection. Just now when we talked about NFTs, we talked about how the artist gains control over the information they have and the content they create, and it's not given to a third party. Digital copyright data can be stored in the blocks on the blockchain, which is transparent and secure. No third party will be able to claim ownership without showing proof of the same on this transparent blockchain. So nobody can copy your artwork or your music. Everything is kept there. And this is where NFTs come into play. This is where other kinds of technologies come into play within the Web3 space, which is really, really exciting for artists. And it's why you're seeing a lot of artists all over the world embracing Web3 as a way to get their content to their fans. Another one that's really interesting is personal loans and other forms of finance, where blockchain technology actually removes inefficiencies like the KYC process or actually just a human that you have to interact with. Using a smart contract, things can be pretty seamless and everything can be done from your phone or your computer, and you can get a loan pretty quickly because everything is done through this contract that is created without like a middleman or a bank to verify stuff. Everything's already pre-verified using Web3. But there's so much more. I won't get into it. There's a whole bunch of stuff within this rabbit hole we call Web3, and I would encourage you to do it. So just a couple of final thoughts before we close out, right? Number 1, I think Web3 is here to stay. I think the fundamentals of the technology is strong, and entrepreneurs need to find product market fit. 23 billion has already been invested in Web3 projects, and we'll likely see more entrepreneurs build what we call the new internet. Number 2, businesses fundamentals will still remain. So Web3 is not different from every other business out there. The laws of gravity will still apply, which means you have to build a good business, right? And I think entrepreneurs need to make sure that, using these new tools, they build good businesses on top of it. So I would say to you who's watching this broadcast, if you don't understand the technology, you don't understand what it does, don't invest, learn more, right? Because early adoption is where we're at right now. Take the time to learn about this technology, to get in. There's plenty of time to get in and to really make a killing in this space and to really maximize your returns from Web3, but learn a little bit more before you jump in, right? And it's a long game, right? The modern internet took 20 plus years to get to where we are today. Web3 may be faster, but it's not there yet. So do your research, keep up to date with the latest trends, and see how Web3 can be applied in the real world. This is me. My name is Aaron Sama. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation. I'd love to connect with you. If you can scan the QR code, you'll connect with my website. I've got a newsletter you can also follow as well to see what we're doing at Scale Up and at Remote Ventures. I hope this has been a good session for you. Have a good day. That's all from me. Bye-bye.
大家好，我是来自上海国安信息技术股份有限公司的宗阳。今天呢，我给大家带来的内容，分享的内容的和标题叫做数据交易治理安全治理体系。那整个数据交易安全治理体系呢，我所带来的主题叫做遮风挡雨，保驾护航。我们以数据要素和数据交易过程中的安全治理防护为主要目的，来看在这个体系如何构建以及如何实践。好，整个内容的话呢，我会分成3个部分。第一部分呢是背景解析，也就是数据交易、数据要素市场化的过程中有哪些背景。第二部分呢就是对应的一些治理要点和防护措施。最后呢会跟大家分享一下我们过往的一些这个实践过程中所获得的一些经验以及对应的一个建议。那第一个部分呢就是我们来看一看整个数据交易、数据治理或者说数据要素释放这个话题过程中的它有哪些背景。其实这个话题呢在最近这2年里面是非常红火的一个话题。尤其随着我们最近我们习近平习总书记在刚刚今年第26次中央全面深化改革委员会会议上审批通过了关于构建数据基础制度更好发挥数据要素作用的意见，这一份意见，以及更早的一批 更早时间所发布的中央由国务院所发布的关于构建更加完善的要素市场化配置体制的意见，这2份意见为核心指导，对我们整个数据要素进行市场化的给出了一个叫高屋建瓴的整个一个指导方针和意见。这2个指导方针意见里面，前一个是把我们以数据要素作为数据作为第5要素生产力，那么是形成一个从过去到现在我们怎样把它释放的一个指导。那么现在的这一次这个新的这个指导意见呢，又是对我们整个一个数据基础制度如何建设。那么数据制度建设过程中，我们要去布局哪些点，以及从这些点上如何去发挥哪些重点要素，那么又进行给出了明确的意见。其实在更早，那么我们或者这几年里面，全国我们会发现一件事情，就是全国在不断的以各种各样的方式和手段的在探索和推进我们数据要素市场化的这种改革行动。那么像最早的，我们中共中央刚才前面谈到这2份意见，那么在之后的话呢，我们国务院给出了关于加强数字政府的指导意见，全国的省市自治区呢，先后建立了关于各个地方的各自的比如说有的是叫做数据要素市场配置改革化的行动方案，有的呢又说了对应的数据条例等等。那这里面呢，我们举2个典型的例子。第一个例子呢，就上海成立了上海数据交易所，那么在去年，今年的话呢，上海又成立了上海数据集团，正式进行了组建。那么另外一个呢，就是我们要谈到广东在这一块的话呢，它采用的模式是叫做1+2+3+X 的一个模式。1+2+3+X 呢，就统一整个一个市场化，然后呢，以整个不同的数据运营基础设施、数据运营机构和数据交易场所呢，来为基准，把整个我们的数据交易的融合在其中，数据要素呢进行一个新的市场化配置。而这个过程每一个地方现在都在探索自己的一些特色。那么我们以政府的角度呢，我们给出了这些往前的叫借用以前的一句话叫摸着石头在过河。但是过河的过程中呢，我们一定也需要一个安全。那么我们就要稍微从学术的角度，我们回过来看看，那这个事情到底怎么做？那其实我们核心的来看的话呢，数据要素所谓的市场化，就是要把数据流动起来，把数据呢变成可以交易的一个对象。那这个过程中，我们会发现一件事情，在屏幕上我们现在看到的左边是整个一个数据要素市场的要素是形成如何进行市场化的一个机制，那右边呢是当你形成市场化之后，一定会谈到一个很直接的话题，就是收益。那这个收益如何进行交易、进行分配的一个话题。那这个我们先讲这个市场机制。从市场的角度来说呢，我们会看到这里面有几个相关的一些因素管理。第一个呢是政府，政府呢在这个过程中是第一从立法、法律法规的角度，第二呢行业的标准以及相关的规范的角度进行引导和约束。那么前面我们谈到，这个政府也在这里面已经出台了很多的指导意见，同时也有像数据安全法等这些法律法规，以及呢各个地方包括地方的数据促进条例、数据交易条例等等就进行这些，它就是在完成这些方面的工作。那完成这些方面工作之后呢，那对应到整个一个数据要素市场的过程中呢，其实就模拟，我们把它就模拟一个股市，或者说我们的证券市场呢，就把它拆成1级市场和2级市场。那1级市场的话呢，就是我们常见所说的，它主要核心在于这个政府和政府之间。那以政府和政府之间为核心之后呢，它引申出来的政府和企业之间的数据开放，企业本身的数据开放，也就是 G 和 B 之间。同时呢，我们到未来我们会现在正在进行这个走向2级市场。2级市场的这个过程中的话呢，那就会数据要素进一步的全面的流通化。这个流通化的过程中的话呢，在现阶段它当然还是以就企业和企业为核心，但未来我们会希望它能够成为更广泛、更全面的这个整个一个市场化的一个行为。那这样的一个机制过程中呢，其实会带来一个话题，它一定会带来这个收益。那这个收益怎么一个分配的过程？那么其实呢，我们现在建议有2个大块，一个大块就是你本身数据的原始提供者，第二个一块就是数据的交易平台。 那在这样的一个理解的这样的一个大的机制，就数据要素怎样产生一个市场化的过程之后呢，我们以上海因为我们上海市的数交所的实践来看，就这个过程中我们会是怎样去操作。那怎样去操作的话呢，其实这里面就分成了在前面的基础上，它是进一步的一个实例的就延伸了。这个过程中，我们刚才前面看到的数据整个一个市场机制，那么在这个过程中呢，我们会看到数据交易所其实就是这个平台，然后的话呢，会对应就会有交易前、交易中和交易后的话，就会你从数据的供应方和数据的使用方之间呢，就形成了一个以交易平台为基准去形成一个交易的形成一个交易的建设过程。那这个过程中呢，你数据的本身是作为一种产品，这个产品的话呢，不是随意任意的公司、任意的企业的，它首先是一个注册制。这个注册的目的就在这里前面，我们要对数据交易的标的进行确认，然后尤其要确认你的数据权。确认数据权之后呢，你经过经过注册之后，那么进行挂牌，这获得交易资格，获得交易资格之后才能够挂牌。这个挂牌的过程中的话呢，我们会看到就前面第一部分其实是在这里，就是所有事情的前置条件。你数据本身，第一是不是你的，这数据能不能拿出来交易？拿出来交易过程中，它的数据质量是否符合要求，是否符合标准？然后呢，它大概的一个资产评估，这个是规模，它的数据的更新频度可能适用于什么样的场景或者客户？那么最后所就形成了我们前面讲的这个登记确权。这个确权登记就成为我们这里挂牌的一个就交易前的核心步骤之一。完成这个部分，有了这个挂牌，那么当它挂到市场上之后，那么我们的数据的需求方或者说我们数据的这个获取方呢，那它就可以去在这产品里面去挑选之后呢，他比如说他觉得说，这里这个客户的这个数据产品对我比较有用，那么他就提出这个交易的申请。交易申请的过程中呢，那么平台就去进行这个核心的一件事情进行撮合完成之后，那么这里就进行交易的发展成功的一个证书就发布之后呢，同时进行对应的登记备案，那双方呢就成交之后呢，需求方获得了数据，供应方呢形成了这个交易的释放。那么平台呢在这个过程中，一方面确保了质量，另外一方面呢确保了安全，同时呢确保了交易整个一个就在这个完成了一个整个保障体系的构建和支撑。这是目前上海数交所在数据交易、数据要素市场配置化里面呢已经先行完成的一个实例。那么我们刚才整个一个背景方面的一些相关信息呢，给大家介绍完毕之后呢，其实大家就会注意到一件事情。那么过程中，无论是我在数据作为基础方，还是我数据在纳到平台方，或者说我数据未来到需求的过程中，其实会有一个很实际的话题，就是安全。我这个数据怎么样保证安全？怎么样去形成一个体系，形成一个治理性？那么这个过程中呢，我们尤其是它的数据安全防护治理的话呢，那么我们从实践的经验以及我们过去结合它本身业务的这个场景呢，有一个叫3+4的一个建议。这个3+4呢，3就是这里前面所讲的3大核心要旨，然后4是什么呢？是4个指导思想，就怎么去构建这个防护体系。那这个过程中3大核心要旨呢，第一个就是我们要看到你整个一个基础设施，就数据交易、数据要素市场化、数据流通，整个一个过程中，它的维度是很多的。它需要涉及到的影响因素也非常多，那么你对应的安全的基础设施其实是第一个部分。第二部分呢，那一定是以法律法规为依据。那这个过程中，网络安全法、数据安全法、等级等保，然后呢 GMSS 等等，就相关的法律法规标准是作为其中的一个核心就我们讲防护体系的核心依据来源。然后第三个一个呢，我们要融合一些技术，你不能够只是纯制度。以前的安全有句老话叫3分靠气防，7分靠人防。那么现在来说呢，我们如果只是还是沿用以前的老的思路，在这个新时代之下呢是不合适的。那么在现在这地方，比如说像隐私计算， 像多方联邦学习等等这些新型的技术手段，新型的是能够很好的帮助我们在像现在新型的数据流通、数据要素市场化的过程中呢，去实现我们的进一步的技术上的提升。那几个指导思想，这几个指导思想其中第一个呢，就是我们一定会谈，刚才谈的很多，就是业务合法合规，合法合规是其中的第一优先要素。然后呢，在合法合规的基础上，那么我们就要看到的是保障业务。第三个呢，就是我们整个一个防护呢，不能够是一个单点的一个过程，而是要考虑就全体性、全面融合。最后一个呢是这个因为数据这一块的话呢，是国民经济的第5要素，那故此呢，它一定离不开这个对应的监管机构的监管。那在这样的背景下啊，我们进一步来去看待，在经过前面的介绍之后，我们进一步去看待整个一个数据交易的过程中，我们就会发现，数据交易的过程呢，因为前面我们以上海为实践数交所，那么我们同样就把它拆成3个核心部分，就是交易前、交易中和交易后。交易前而言，你的整个一个风险，其实就是数据供应方提交到我这个数据交易平台之前会产生的一些风险。这个过程中，其中最核心的一点就是数据审核。其实，第二个呢，就是在交易过程中，交易过程中的话呢，那么你对应的这个交易实施啊、交易结算，其实这里面这时候的责任呢，或者说它的安全治理责任，很多的都落在我们的数据交易平台上。然后第三个一个呢，就是交易完成之后，交易完成之后呢，这里面有一个会对我们整个这个业务流产生影响的地方，就是我这个对应的数据产品，它是一次性交易还是可以反复交易？那这个过程中呢，这时候我们的交易平台呢，即使是对完成交易的，它也要有一个对应的，就前面讲到的监管的一个合理的责任。那这个监管的合理责任的话呢，我们来看。我们下面进一步的详细看一看这3个阶段各自可能的一个常见的风险。比如像刚才讲的交易前的这里面与数据审核其实是这里面很重要的一部分。数据审核里面的你风险里面典型的，你数据提供者他提出来的数据的保障、数据的他所提供的数据样本以及数据的真实性、可靠性等等，这都是要进行审核和校验的。这些审核和校验的过程，其实是这里面有一个很重要的词，就是合法性为第一。第二个呢，就是交易中。交易中的话呢，它分成交易申请、交易结算、交易实施、交易确认等等各个环节。那这个过程中的话呢，我们会发现一件事情，就在我们过往的经验里面，我们会发现，相对在交易申请过程中，会发现一个最常见的一个风险，就是我觉得这个数据是可以用的，但是呢，当我尝试进行交易申请，获得一些试用，或者说进行一个提出之后，我发现一件事情，这数据不可匹配。那这个风险呢，其实就是我们典型的业务风险，而且这种业务风险的话呢是非常常见，并且能够导致我们的数据呢，或者整个一个交易最后不成功的一个典型场景。另外一个典型场景呢，就是在交易确认的这个环节，就是我数据发起了申请，发起了交易申请，这个交易呢也经过前期的试验运行的 OK， 但是当我们进入正式的交易环节的过程中，比如说需求方他发现你供应方所供应的数据这个权限是不合理的，或者呢这个供应方所供应的数据这个准确性、真实性与你原来所宣称的之间是有偏差的，这一个部分的有些风险呢，就直接对应到我们前面所讲的数据审核这个阶段的风险之间是有一个对关联的。然后第三个一个呢，就是交易后风险。交易后风险呢，其实这里面我们前面所谈到就尤其这个交易后的这个产品下线，那么即使是产品下线，无论是平台还是数据供应方、数据需求方或者对应的监管机构，都会有这个对应的监管责任。这个监管责任的话呢，既是对自身的，也是对应的这个交易过程中大家的一个形成一个防护，同时呢，也是我们为完成自己对应的一个社会责任。因为前面谈到有各种各样的这个环节，那我们会看到这个整个一个这样的一个场景下呢，在我们谈到第一个交易安全需求，从需求的角度，那么我们建议 就去构建数据安全的过程中，数据安全治理、数据安全防护。那么你无论是数据的供应方，还是对应的数据的交易平台，还是你的数据需求方，每一侧你都有自己的要去完成的责任。那这些完成的责任，在这个过程中，你需要去做的有一些核心的事情，那么我们也都进行了一个罗列。这里呢，其实是4个核心要点。第一个呢，就是要比如说自己，你需求方你要勾引，就无论是买方还是卖方，你要去明确你自己的这个安全的宣贯，提升你的安全意识。第二个呢，就是这个过程中有一些跟数据是不可以交易的，就我们一直在强调合法性为第一。第三个呢，就是在交易过程中要防止一些不必要的信息泄露。那最后呢，这个安全过程中，交易本身的过程中的话呢，我们建议平台本身呢要一体化运营啊，对应的监管等等。然后我们再来看整个一个数据的安全的需求从哪里来？它从哪里来呢？其实是从就整个一个我们叫数据生命周期。数据是有生命的，那我数据从产生开始，到我数据传输，我数据存储，我数据使用，这个过程中，我们国家呢是有一个我们国家有对应的国家标准，也有对应的 DSMM 这样的，这个已经形成一个实践，或者包括 DCMM 这些实践的一个核心在于，对应到我们的这个数据要素配置和数据市场化的过程中，这就成为我们的需求的核心所在。那下面呢，我们从我们过去所建议的，那这个过程中，大家经常会有合作伙伴或者客户也会问说，我这个到底需求应该怎么梳理？那这个梳理的方式呢，我们也就进行了一些整理。那么比如买方、卖方、平台的，然后整个一个生命周期，包括对应的规范法规，我们也进行了完善的希望呢能够供大家呢有所理解，进一步的帮助我们的整个一个数据要素市场化的全面的推广。好，整个一个体系里面呢，其实我们把它来全面贯穿和仔细理解的过程中呢，它分成可以用2句话。第一个呢叫2横，第二个呢叫3纵。2横的话呢，其实就是保障2个东西，第一个交易安全，第二个是数据安全。3纵的话呢，是从3个不同的维度，就是标准规范、安全管理和安全运营的角度去贯穿我们整个数据要素市场化的配置。那这样的2横3纵的一个场景的话呢，我们下面稍微简单的把它看一下。第一个这个2横里面呢，我们讲交易安全。交易安全的过程中呢，你会注意到，就是我们要考虑第一要考虑就是交易参与方的那些，这是我们前面讲3个核心要素。第一个数据的供应者，第二个数据的平台，对应的交易平台或者服务机构。当然这里面有可能会有一个特殊的角色叫数据交易中介，但这个数据交易中介一般对他而言，这些数据的内容是一般而言是不可见的，它只是你可以把它理解为某种程度上的一个就像我们买房卖房的时候，他知道一些部分，但他不了解更多的细节。然后第三个就是数据需求方，这3者核心呢，就构成了我们的就整个一个数据交易、数据市场化过程中的核心的交易方。那交易参与方之后呢，我们平台本身那么有对应的各种各样的这种防护管理措施。那这里我们稍微的强调一个东西呢，就交易对象里面，大家一定会很关注这个交易数据质量，但是有一个还是为第一优先前条件，就是有很多数据是属于叫禁止交易数据。这些禁止交易数据里面呢，比如说涉及到个人信息，那么涉及到我们国家的重要数据或者核心数据呢，这些呢很多都是属于这个禁止交易的。那么故此呢，这里后面有2个专项，一个是个人信息保护，一个是重要数据保护，这其实是对应到这个交易数据禁止交易数据清单的。那么2横的第二个就是数据安全。这个数据安全里面的核心呢，第一个就是你要去构建分类分级。这个分类分级这件事情是在整个数据交易的过程中是持续不断进行的。其次的话呢，我们要注意到，我们刚才前面所谈到，整个一个数据的安全防护是以生命周期为核心为指导原则，贯穿于数据的每一个阶段，即使是你最后这个数据销毁了，也是要以安全的方式销毁。 否则的话呢，如果是以不安全的方向为，这数据可能会被恢复。那恢复了，那就造成了一些不标，就可能又会造成数据的泄密啊、信息泄露啊等等过程。那三重的话呢，其实这个前面所讲的标准规范，那么这个法律法规啊、监管要求啊等等。那安全管理呢，就是你企业本身要一体化，全方位考虑安全体系、安全治理。那安全运营的话呢，也就是说，我做安全这些事情，我不是说我只是一锤子买卖，我搭建了一个平台就没事儿了，我是要成为我的日常工作中纳入到我的这个安全业务基因中。好，那最后的话呢，我们给大家分享一下，就是说在这个过程中，我们的一些就实际的实践结果。这个实践结果的话呢，那么我们把它分成这样子，第一部分呢就是实践落地的一个工作清单，我们有一个整理。再比如呢，我们也同样整理了，就是有一些关键技术路线。这个因为前面所讲到，现在的而言，我们不能够只考虑这个纯制度，那纯制度肯定是不合适的。所以的话呢，像关键技术路线里面有3个，第一个呢是第三可信架构，第二个呢是多中心，第三个呢就是整个一个数据本身的交易结构的话呢，我们建议是采用分布式的方式。其实分布式这样的一个体系的话呢，这也是我们过去的一些实践，希望能够对大家的形成一些帮助。最后的话呢，在实践经验角度我们需要看到的有一个问题，就是风险。你无论是病毒这种就是传统的，还是现在来说，就我们讲隐私计算因子算子了，你可能就直接对于我们讲去标识化的过程中造成的一些不必要的影响，或者说去标识化程度不够。那再比如呢，恶意攻击模型，那这些呢，其实都会对我们的整个一个数据要素市场配置、数据要素流通呢，造成一些不必要的影响。而这些影响的话，又是我们从平台本身和从市场化配置过程中需要提前考虑，并且要提前建设和应对防范措施的。那这些应对防范措施呢，同样其实我们会看到对应到前面的3重，我们从3个维度去进行建设。那么隐私计算是同样从这3个核心的角度来构建。完成这一部分的构建之后呢，我们就会进一步的落到最后一个部分，就是我们的整个一个对应的要依托的法律法规。这个部分的话呢，我们已经进行了一个相对比较全面的一个识别。那么同时呢，也有一个建议，就是对应这些法律法规，建议要去做一些事情，形成一些规范制度。这隐私这一块的过程中呢，同样我们在以交易为核心，就会形成事前、事中、事后3种不同的阶段。那么要用不同的技术手段、技术战法去形成对应的防护，或者说溯源，或者说叫做探测，或者说预防和治理。那么我们借用这个专业术语的话呢，其实这里就是 CAPA。好，那到这里呢，我们整个一个分享就告一段落。希望呢，我们能够帮助到大家，让大家呢在围绕我们国家数据要素市场、数据要素配置的过程中呢，能够更好的、更安全的去触发我们的数据要素的活力和价值。谢谢。
Hi, everybody. My name is Dennis Nguyen. I'm the founder, chairman, CEO of Society Pass Incorporated, and we're building the next generation digital ecosystem and loyalty platform in Southeast Asia. The company was founded in June 2018, and we completed our IPO on NASDAQ under the stock symbol of SOPA on November 9th, 2021. A month later, we subsequently joined the Russell 2000. We are currently based in Singapore and operate in all of Southeast Asia, principally the countries of Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. Now, Society Pass Incorporated is an acquisition-focused e-commerce holding company operating 6 interconnected verticals: loyalty, lifestyle, digital media, telecoms, and of course, travel, connecting millions of consumers and hundreds of thousands of merchants throughout Southeast Asia. In fact, since we have incorporated, we have onboarded over 3.3 million registered users, over 200,000 registered brands and merchants, up from a revenue base of nil on September 5th, 2021. We generated over $500,000 in the last 3.5 months of 2021. For 2022, we are looking to generate north of that. And according to various research reports, looking at generate somewhere between 7 million to 10 million US dollars in sales for 2022. We're very active in social media. We have over 100,000 LinkedIn followers, close to 100,000 Facebook followers, Twitter followers, and so on and so forth. Our executive team, of course, is based in Singapore and all of Southeast Asia. A little bit about myself. I've taken 6 companies, previously I've taken 5 companies public. Society Pass, of course, is the 6th company I've taken public. My entire career, of course, has been in investment banking and venture capital all throughout Asia, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Singapore, and of course, Vietnam. Ray Liang, of course, is our CFO. He is based in Singapore. He was a CFO of a public company in Singapore, and very much runs the entire finance team. Pamela Aoyang is our group COO, and Rokas Sidlauskas is our group CMO. Very proud to say that close to half of our 20-member executive team are female, and over half of our employees are female. Very, very, very proud to say that as a technology company. We operate in 6 verticals. Effectively, what we do is we opportunistically acquire attractively valued companies in Southeast Asia by synergistically generating additional revenue streams, optimize efficiencies for our merchants, and more cost-effectively aggregate consumers and merchants through synchronized marketing campaigns. Our 6 verticals, of course, are loyalty, lifestyle, food and beverage, telecoms, digital media, and of course, travel. With our loyalty platform, we beta launched a loyalty platform, Society Pass, in June of 2022. We expect to hard launch Society Pass in the first quarter of 2023. With our universal open loop loyalty platform, we create permanent customer loyalty, generate revenues for our merchants, and of course, replace cash discounting. Our single UI UX platform integrates with other SOPA ecosystem business units. As a result, our digital wallet allows users to pay for goods and services by scanning QR codes and settling payment via credit card, debit card, or Society Points. Consumers can earn and redeem Society Points at any merchant in any country on our SOPA ecosystem and pay for such goods and services in-store, online, app, via website. You can redeem Society Points for other goods and services. So very excited about bringing this up in the first quarter of 2023. Our second vertical is digital media. We acquired a company called Thoughtful Media in August of 2021. Thoughtful Media is one of the leading influencer advertising companies in Southeast Asia. It's based in Thailand. Currently, Thoughtful Media offers over 200 channels on YouTube. In fact, in 2021, generated over $5.8 million in sales. Very much looking to really build out Thoughtful with the rise of social media and social commerce. Thoughtful Media, of course, we intend to enter Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia. We expect a very, very busy 2023. There's a number of initiatives that we're talking and building out, including live shopping, live streaming shopping. We intend to use our blockchain and Web3 technology to be able to create and curate new user interfaces that allow shoppers to directly interact with influencers. Very excited about thoughtful media. Our third vertical, travel. We acquired Nusatrip, which is one of the leading online travel agents, online travel platforms. In fact, in Southeast Asia, it's a company based in Indonesia, and we are very much excited to bring Nusatrip onto our ecosystem. Nusatrip allows us access to more than 500 airlines and over 200,000 hotels throughout the world. And so with Nusatrip, we are taking that and we are going to be integrating that onto our Society Pass ecosystem, circulating our society points and allowing passengers to redeem and earn loyalty points. Gorilla is our telecoms vertical. We acquired Gorilla Networks in June of 2022. Gorilla, of course, is the world's first blockchain and Web3 enabled MVNO. Allows us to offer a contract-free on-demand mobile services such as NFTs. Users, of course, can convert unused mobile data into digital assets. We call them Gorilla tokens. Through our proprietary blockchain switchback feature, Gorilla allows users to fully utilize unused mobile data to switch for various e-vouchers, offset future bills, and redeem other mobile services. Currently, we are only in Singapore, but we are going to be expanding Gorilla Network throughout the rest of Southeast Asia. LaFleur heads our lifestyle vertical. We acquired LaFleur back in February 2021. We spent 7 months rebuilding the platform. And then on September 21, up from a revenue base of 0 on September 5th, LaFleur generated close to $500,000 of sales in the final 3.5 months of 2021. LaFleur is really growing very quickly this year. And Society Pass has announced in April that we intend to spin out LaFleur into its own separate listed, NASDAQ listed company in 2023. Our food and beverage delivery space, we acquired 3 companies in the second and third quarters of 2021. Pushcart, which is, of course, a grocery delivery app out of Philippines. Handycart, which is a restaurant delivery app out of Vietnam. And then Mangan, that is a restaurant delivery app out of Philippines. And so with these three food and beverage delivery apps, we are building the Instacart and DoorDash of Southeast Asia. Very excited about where our food and beverage delivery vertical is coming in. In fact, our food and beverage delivery vertical brought in 600,000 registered users. That's on top of the travel verticals of 1.2 million registered users, and the lifestyle vertical 1.5 million registered users. As you can tell, we're very strong financially. We have grown $10,000. We recognized $10,000 in sales in 2019, $50,000 in sales in 2020, over $500,000 in sales in 2021, and in 2022, according to various research reports, we intend to generate somewhere between $7 to $10 million in sales. Currently, we have $25 million of cash on the balance sheet, no debt, with a share price of $1.50 and 22 million shares roughly outstanding. That implies of the $1.50 share price that currently is trading at, $1.20 is in pure cash. Effectively, investors can buy the entire company with 30 cents. And so we are very much growing. We expect to get to break even status by the first quarter 2023. Okay. Investment highlights. There's really 4 investment highlights. We've built a powerful and integrated technology ecosystem that has integrated 6 unique verticals: loyalty, lifestyle, food and beverage, travel, digital media, and of course, telecoms. We have beta launched a unique loyalty program called Society Points in the second quarter of 2022. We expect to hard launch that in the first quarter of 2023 with our Society Pass, Society Points loyalty platform. We intend to replace cash discounting and create permanent customer stickiness. Third, we operate in some of the world's most attractive markets, Southeast Asia. Across Southeast Asia in 2022, we expect GDP growth of somewhere between 4% to 7% across Southeast Asia. In fact, it's one of the very few markets that are still growing in 2022. And then, of course, last but not least, Society Pass is led by a very experienced management team that have possessed more than 150 years of on-the-ground operational marketing, software development, legal, and financial experience in local Asia markets. We have intimate knowledge of how to operate here. We're also female-led and female-managed. 50% of our employees are female. And the C-suite executives possess solid track records of building companies and creating shareholder value over the last 20, 25 years in Asia. And so with that, thank you very much. Again, my name is Dennis Nguyen. I am the founder, chairman, CEO of Society Pass Incorporated. Very much thank you for your time, and thank you for taking a look at our Society Pass. Thank you very much.
Wow. I hope you've learned a lot regarding Web 3.0, data security, digital assets, and can decide if it is a myth or a real opportunity to grow your business. Many thanks to our amazing speakers. Have you ever wondered about digital assets and their financial structure? If you have, well, I have great news for you, because our next panel will be with our moderator, Mr. Eddie Hezri Hairi, and two distinguished guests, Vimal Selvamani from CB International Sendirian Berhad and Ivy Fong from WIBA. They will be discussing about how digital assets are reshaping the worldwide economy and financial structure. So without further ado, let's bring out the panel discussion.
So good afternoon, dear audience. Today we have a very, very interesting topic with our wonderful guests in the studio with us today. And our topic for today is going to be about reshaping the economy and the financial structure with digital assets. I'm sure a lot of people are actually looking forward for this topic. So as we all know, it all started with Bitcoin, first introduced as the white paper in 2009 by Satoshi Nakamoto. Since then, various digital assets and digital currencies have been added, with the current global market capitalization of nearly US dollar 1.02 trillion. All right, so in 2014, companies such as Overstock accepted Bitcoin as one of the payment methods against online purchases, and this is being followed by other big and huge companies out there, like for example, MasterCard, Tesla, Starbucks, Visa, and PayPal. All right. On the local level, as of April 2022, there were 4 recognized market operators, or also known as RMOs, registered by the Securities Commission of Malaysia. All right, with over 400,000 new accounts registered since 2019. All right, we can actually expect this particular industry is going to grow further in the future. All right, so these facts and numbers made us question, all right, if the digital assets are rapidly reshaping the global economy and financial structure that we are currently in. All right, and this leads to our today's topic with our wonderful guests in the studio. All right, but before that, let me just introduce, all right, our first guest on my left, Mr. Vimal Selvamani. All right, he is the co-founder and CTO of CryptoBillis. All right, so via CryptoBillis, he has made into his main mission to educate the masses on the importance of decentralization, freedom, and independence of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology through adoption in various ways.
Yes.
Right. On the other end, all right, we have Ms. Ivy Fong, Vice President of Women in Blockchain Asia, WIBA. And she actually started investing in cryptocurrencies, all right, and move on to learning and then teaching blockchain technologies to the masses, all right. She also believes that blockchain is a niche, and the experience she had gained in other fields and roles had actually helped her and assist her to manage blockchain projects and teaching about blockchain to the masses. All right. So without further ado, let's begin with the first question for today. All right. So just to warm up, guys. All right. Just to like give you guys a quick warm up. General insights about blockchain and about digital assets. All right. Is digital asset the new currency?
Sure. I think I'll go take the lead of it.
Yes, exactly.
Simple answer, I would say yes. It is the new currency. I think we are in this moment where it's about, we can see it happening. We are in the stage where it's already being implemented. But more specifically, I would say the class of digital asset that will be one of the first to be considered as a new currency would be the CBDC, which is the centralized business digital currency by the banks, centralized banks, followed by the stable coins, all right? And also other form of digital assets such as tokenized assets, NFTs and so on. To be very frank, I would say cryptocurrencies per se, which is also considered as a digital asset, to be considered as a new currency, it's still kind of in its infancy stage, you know. But yes, it definitely will be in the future. But things like your CBDC and stable coins, I think it's already part of our daily life. So it is already considered as a currency. Wow. So I won't say it's a new currency, but it's already part of it. You know, so I think one thing that we need to note that the perception of digital asset is always cryptocurrencies, whereas there's different kind of digital assets. You know, so to make it clear, as I said, as a whole, yes, it is a new currency, which I think most of us in the industry are very much looking forward to see it become mainstream.
Yep, yeah, that's true. What's your take on that, Ivy?
I do agree with Vimal that digital asset is becoming some sort like a currency. Now, let's define currency a bit. To me, currency is something that like the other person is think that like it has something of value. So that like, we can think that like gold can be a kind of currency, and especially what we're discussing here is like especially about talking about cryptocurrency as well as NFT. Now, as long as other people is perceive it as a value, they would like to accept it in exchange for something else, I would think that is, well, currency. So definitely I do think that like it is a currency, and I do agree with Vimal that like, you know, whether it's new form of currency, I think it might be new to a lot of people, but for a lot of people, it has been going there. They have been accepting it. But whether it is accepted by the regulator, that is a different story.
That's a good
What do you guys think about that? You mentioned the word regulators. Do you think that regulators are going to agree with that?
I believe in one thing: if you cannot fight them, you join them.
Wow.
So I do think that it comes to the point that regulators need to join the game.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I think it's good mention that, because I think a good way how she describes as currency, right? I think one way we can put it is always between two parties. It is considered willing seller, willing buyer.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And I can accept your service for anything that you give me. All right. Whether that constitutes as currency is a whole new topic all over again. But there's an exchange of service with a form of monetary exchange, right? So when it comes to your question on regulators, I think it's one way to put it. You know, if you can't fight them, join them. But I think we have seen steps. I mean, let's not go far. Even in Malaysia, all right. I think just as of a couple of months back, for us, I think it was a big step for LHDN, our tax agency, to recognize cryptocurrency as a form of a taxable product.
All right.
All right. Maybe some words were wrong here, but yeah, it's a form of taxable product, which means as a company or as an individual, if you receive cryptocurrency as part of a payment, there is ways or procedures given to declare them.
Okay.
So which means this is already, we have already seen that the regulators are in track with what is happening, and they are reacting, and which is good for the industry. That's what I would feel.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yes, I fully agree with that. Yeah. So, you see, like recently, the Securities Commission had actually came out with a new guideline. I'm not mistaken. I mean, they are actually welcoming new industry players into the industry. Right now, we only have like 4 centralized exchange, tokenized, Luno, and so on. What do you guys think about this? Do you think that this actually allows more players to join in the local industry, or how's that going to be?
In fact, I just got the news over the social media, so there was some form of bickering over two parties. So yeah, but do I agree about it? On a bigger picture, on a longer time frame, yes, definitely will look more. But to be honest, I think we, as a country or as an ecosystem in Malaysia, I think the regulators are already playing a good part in terms of monitoring what's happening.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there is also a leeway for investors to absorb their own risk. So which means if you actually realize they go up clearly and say, look, this company or company A is not under our purview, we do not regulate them. So if anything goes wrong, they have won. So they have done their job as regulators to basically to inform the public on the status of a company. All right, so that is good. And on the other hand, they also have, as you mentioned, these 4 RMOs, which are properly regulated and so on and so forth, which will remove the risk factor from most of the risk factors for the investors to start in the market.
All right.
So at the same time, I think rightfully mentioned, I also look forward for regulators to start looking into various other frameworks, and part of it being to allow more types of players or different players to the market. It's at the end of the day, the biggest benefit is the people and the investors and the consumers. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Since the word regulators came from you, Ivy,
I know you're going to say that.
maybe you want to chime in?
Yeah, though I'm the one who bring up the word regulator. Now I just want to bring it back a little bit at why blockchain assist. The blockchain assist basically is kind of going against the regulator. Hope I'm allowed to say that here.
All right.
Yeah, so that it evolved into like getting more people accepting it and using it, and then it getting into more into the public, the general user.
Yeah.
We are not talking about like the big investor. Those people are always investing in something in the future. We're talking about like everybody we meet here. So for people that is like regular general masses, they would feel more comfortable if we come to something that is regulated.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, it's good to have regulated exchanges, and for those people who would like to take more risks, there's always other options for them. So I think both of this can coexist.
Yep.
It's just that make your own choice.
Yeah.
All right. That's great. All right. Okay. Let's move on to some industry insights questions. All right. The second question I'd like to ask you guys. Okay. How would digital asset generate a positive and negative impact towards the present financial market? Right. And its papers, monies, fiat currencies, all right, as its counterpart. How does it affect? Ivy.
Let me answer the second part first. Now, before money started, we have the barter system. It means like we exchange goods with each other, right? Then we move on that it's a bit difficult for us to exchange the thing because I want to exchange with you, but you might not have the things I want.
Yeah.
So come the money system,
Yeah.
starting with using stone, precious metal, feather, then move on to banknotes. Now, and nowadays moving with credit cards and cryptocurrency. But does the barter system is no longer here? Not really, think about it. We are still using barter systems sometimes that like, I provide some services and then you contract with me properly with some goods. That's still barter system. I would say that like whatever money system we have is an improvement or a way to do whatever the current system is not able to do. And cryptocurrency is for us to have peer-to-peer exchange of value. So I don't think that like it's going to replace fiat, but it's definitely here to stay.
Yeah.
What's your take on that, Vimal?
I think I would always have this in the conversation, my friends. I would see this entire thing as a net zero game. All right. So which means if you're comparing digital assets and fiat currency in this case, how would digital asset contribute towards the economic, right? I feel it's just a transfer of value from your fiat world to the digital asset world. All right. So that means if you're from the digital asset point of view, you will see an inflow of money.
Yeah.
All right. If you're on the fiat side of the world, you will see an outflow of money.
Exactly.
All right. So eventually, so it depends on which side are you looking at. All right. So if you're on the digital assets point of view, you feel there's more services here or there's more products being offered, people from the regular fiat-based economy will switch their money towards the digital side of it. That's why you see people. It's a simple transaction. It can be, for example, a purchase of an NFT. All right. If the NFT is costing you 100,000 USD, for example, it's a transfer of 100,000 USD in the fiat financial market, moving towards the crypto or the digital asset financial market. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would look at it in that way. So is your question, is it going to be replaced? I think I agree with Ivy. They will coexist. I think we can't use the word replace here because I mean, never say no, but me personally, I don't think so. It'll be within our lifetime, or unless something really drastically happens to the financial world.
I'm not sure what. Okay, but this is my opinion. But some cryptos, they are deflationary, right?
Yeah.
How does that affect? Because since you said that it's going to be a net zero sum game.
Yeah. Actually, no. Okay, to be honest, cryptocurrency itself, let's put it this way. Digital asset is a very wide string of words, right? So when you go within digital asset, as I mentioned earlier, if it's a tokenized, token-backed asset or CBDC or stable currency, these are mainly stable in values, all right? There shouldn't be a problem. Cryptocurrency itself, yes, I agree with you. There are ups and downs, there are deflationary, inflationary, there's a lot of risk factors involved as well, all right? So, but eventually, what I meant by net zero, right? For every person who's gaining out of it, there's losers out of it. So it's money being transferred between two hands. Even any reason, you might call it a collapse of a particular cryptocurrency, right? There were gainers.
Of course.
Compared to the losers. So the money was always net zero.
Yeah.
All right.
Understood.
So that is in a very within the subterranean of cryptocurrency, it is net zero. But now when you zoom out and you see the comparison of digital asset to fiat currency, on a bigger picture, it's also a transfer of value between both of these.
All right.
So it depends on which, as I said, which side you look at it, and how is this going to be molded together. I think, as what Ivy said, I think they will coexist.
All right.
They will coexist, they will complement each other. Probably they'll cross over in certain services where the digital asset part might excel, and obviously the fiat will remain because they do excel in certain ways as well.
That's good. All right. You mentioned this one particular term just now, Vimal, tokenization, all right? And yesterday, I've actually gone through some stories on Twitter, and I found out that JP Morgan just executed their first live DeFi trade on Polygon, all right? So basically, they traded a tokenized Singaporean dollar and Japanese yen using a modified version of Aave on Polygon. All right. So now my question is, would tokenization eventually replace fiat currencies?
All right. For this particular question, I would totally agree. All right. Yes. I would say this exact term, right, of tokenization is basically digitizing an asset. All right. Let me put it. It's a very top level thinking of putting a very easy way to put it, right.
Got it.
It actually started, if you look at it, as easy as your credit card or a check. It is a form of tokenization because it's backed by an asset. Although check is a piece of paper, all right, it's actually backed by an asset. So it's a form of tokenization,
exactly,
all right. And obviously now we've evolved where this entire tokenization sits on the blockchain, and that's just an evolvement of the process of tokenization. So coming back to your question on will tokenization
fully replace?
I think we have already seen it happening. More and more services that are even offered by banks and so on are being digitalized or tokenized in this case, all right? Our e-wallets, all right? I think we have about 10 in Malaysia, maybe. All of them are form of tokenization. You're not physically handing over cash. It is transferred. It's just the difference whether it's using a blockchain-based technology or a database-based server.
Exactly.
But on a bigger picture, it is still tokenized because it's backed by an asset. All right. I think why, and one key factor I would say about this replacement is again with the involvement of central banks and the regulators. I think when it comes to CBDC, it's going to be a game changer. Rightfully mentioned as how the Singapore dollar and Japanese yen has been involved in this tokenization method. I think there's one if you want to go on in Bank Negara's website, our very own Bank Negara, there's a 3-pager or 4-pager article on digital asset being the frontier of the currency. You can just Google it. So basically it shows a proof of concept where Bank Negara is planning to do their own CBDC. Proof of concept though, but it's good, they have something planned. All right.
That's good.
And there is also a thing called Project Dunbar, all right, which is basically eventually it will be a form of SWIFT, where banks all over the world will recognize their own CBDC, and it allows it to be intertransferable.
All right. Okay. Just you mentioned CBDC. I would like to have your opinion about CBDC, Ivy. Really.
Okay.
What do you think of CBDC? Is this going to be something that is going to be realized in the future somehow in a way, since Bank Negara is planning it?
I think CBDC is going to happen. It just when it's going to happen. And before coming to that, right, I kind of like want to talk a little bit about like the concept of fiat currency.
Okay.
Now,
all right.
Fiat currency, right, for us is like the paper money we have. But fiat currency, it is actually also talking about the money printed by the government. So, when CBDC come along, would that be the fiat currency? So, would fiat currency be fully replaced, then become a invalid question, sorry, but it's kind of like invalid question.
Who is it going to benefit at the end of the day, CBDC? What do you think? Who's it going to benefit? the guy who's using it, or the guy who created it?
Well, of course, the guy who created it, right?
Okay, that's a big statement right there. All right, that's good.
Right, so that is my opinion. I do think that, like, you know, when CBD come along, the CBDC could become the fiat currency here.
Right.
So, because the fiat currency is basically the money is being printed because the government back it, says that, like, you know, we are going to print this much of money, it's going to have this much of money in circulations, and that the citizens or whoever are using it just have to accept it because the central bank is in control. Yeah. So I still stand by my point, my stance that, like, you know, fiat currency is not going to be replaced, at least not in the near future, where the government says that, like, you know, we will not be the regulator to decide how much money is going to print or how much is going to mint. It's going to be like a decentralized thing.
Correct.
That's how much digital assets is actually reshaping
economic.
the economy. Yes. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Now let's go to the other side of digital assets. I mean, we're all aware that DAOs are really in a very good traction right now. There are a lot of DAOs out there. All right, decentralized autonomous organization. And if DAOs is considered as everywhere and nowhere, all right, how should government regulate the new technologies, all right, in order to protect the consumers, people like you and me, you know? Because we have heard so many times DAOs got hacked, a lot of money got lost somehow in a way, all right? So what do you think about what is Vima?
Well, in very general, I think DAO is something that the government do not want to be. So there are two opposite ends to start with.
All right. Okay.
One is kind of centralized, and one is decentralized completely. One has, you know, control powers, and others gives it to the entire organization. Make your decision yourself. Well, but there is pros and cons to it, no doubt. You know, there is pros and cons to it. So a DAO-based organization do excel in certain formats or certain requirements. But I still do agree that, and how regular government forms or centralized is still needed in certain ways. So coming back to your question on, there are a lot of DAOs out there, all right, and they do come with a risk of either from hacks or scams or so on and so forth. But you can't stop them because the very word of decentralization, which means they can exist everywhere.
It's the nature.
Yes, exactly. Anyone can start it anytime they want. So the best, I would feel, in my opinion, how a government can protect the organization itself is actually by not by interfering directly in the DAO, which you can't anyway, but is to just, at best, is to regulate the framework around it. So, for example, I would say, if there is a DAO, all right, to educate the public, to make sure what you need to do or what do you need to look into a DAO. Is this DAO audited? Do they have a third-party audit, or do they have a good structure? What is their contracts? Because essentially, right, what I would like always say, DAO is just a smart contract where certain rules or certain executable permissions has been preset.
Yeah.
Right. But for a general public, you should know what is a DAO and what to look for before you participate in one. So I think education here is the key. You might not be able to stop them.
Ivy,
yeah.
Education, what do you think?
Education, since
Yeah.
I'm an educator, I believe in educations and I believe in educating the public as well. Now, DAO is going to be here. You like it or not, the government like it or not, it's going to be here. And matter of fact, and I do think that like there's so little government can regulate the DAO. There's so little it can be done. And first thing to regulate it, right? Each DAO is different, first of all. And secondly is, if government want to regulate it, do they have enough knowledge to regulate it? Because every single DAO is different. Give another example. We mint NFT. But NFT coming from different DAO or different marketplace could be a bit different at the back end. To all people, it's the same thing, but at the back end, there could be difference. Now, does investor able to tell that? How many of them be able to go and investigate what happens behind the hood, like to generate this NFT after you bought it, what is going to be happening, right? So I think rather than having government to come in to regulate DAO, I do think, like Rima mentioned just now, it's very important is like to have it audited. But are there the trustable auditor for smart contract out there that can give the confidence to the mass saying that like this DAO is good, is not going to have rug pull, that's not going to have honeypot, is safe to invest. So I think that part is more important for DAO as compared to a government or regulator interventions.
All right. Because if let's say for you, you as an end user of DAOs, have you ever used any DAOs?
Yeah, we are just part of a few DAOs.
Exactly, part of a few DAOs. So now maybe you want to share with the audience and with us your experience and what you actually look forward for in order to make sure that everything that you're doing is
correct.
okay.
I think first and foremost is the reason that you join a DAO. There's so many different DAOs out there. At the end of the day, they are an organization. For example, in Malaysia, if you have the Register of Society, this is just the decentralized version of it. All right. So there should be a reason for you to join the DAO, because is it a social club or is it a particular investment body, or there should be something, right? So as I think, as I said, with the knowledge that you have, first and foremost, you should be able to at least figure out what is the structure of the DAO. All right. That means, as I said, what is the DAO doing? What is their heading? And also one more thing you need to look is who are the, if it's available, what kind of participants are in the DAO. Obviously, you can't profile them, it's in the decentralized thing, but you can see their track record or track history or certain level and all that. So I think it's quite hard. It's not straightforward to begin with, right? So it is more on, for now, it's more on a trust process, or having seen a track record of a particular DAO, how long have they been around, what kind of projects have they executed, have they faced any difficulties, or in those kind of stuff.
Right, so basically, when it comes to a security audit, there will be like red flags that we have to set. There must be some kind of a criteria that people are actually looking forward for before they even use any DAOs out there.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
Your take, Ivy?
Yeah, I think definitely is do at least go for the DAO that being audited by reputable auditors, or if yourself is well versed enough into all this kind of like smart contract coding, check it out. Yeah.
So basically, the government just can't regulate this since it is decentralized in nature.
Yeah, I would say.
So it's more towards self-regulation as a user.
Correct. It's self-regulation, but I won't disengage the government completely out of it. Why don't you join the DAO yourself?
Okay.
Put it that way, So why don't you join the DAO yourself? And it can be an opinionated, it's opinionated world anyway, right? So just say, speaking out loud, just say maybe you can be a regulator. You can have a certified smart contract auditor, maybe, all right? But right. So you join the DAO, you have a look at it. You can just put on a word to it. Doesn't mean that you're certifying it, but it's just my opinion. As a regulator, my opinion, this particular DAO is okay.
Wow. It's just like we have the consumer association or something.
Protection association. Yeah.
So at least consumer are informed if there is like product that is not to par or some dangerous ingredients found in some food or whatever. So at least they would be informed.
All right. Yeah. But I think it's, for me personally, because of the nature of DAOs, it's decentralized, and the servers and the people might be anywhere around the world. It's going to be quite tough for centralized government to actually take care of this.
It's only to a certain distance you can help them, right? Yeah. And I think to educate them, it's very important to educate them. I think thereafter is just on how the DAO executes themselves. I think they will build their own profile, they will build their own reputation, and I think people will follow them at the end of the day.
I do think that we come to an era that like we need to educate ourselves to protect ourselves. Yeah. That's very important. We can't just totally depend on other people that like, you know, even nowadays people think that like, hey, it's okay, if I forgot about my password, I'm just gonna ask to reset it again. You know, gone were the day. I mean, it's like, you know, you're depending on this. You need to educate yourself to find ways to protect your own assets.
Right. Yeah. So digital assets really reshape the way how people
even
think.
Human think.
Even human think, not only how the economy, but also us as the end user. All right. So now let's focus. When it comes to end users, they will be investors. All right. So, and one of the current issue right now, all right, there's a growing number of investment companies and investors, all right, that put a lot of values when it comes to ESG. All right. And we all know, let's say for example, Bitcoin. It is working on proof of work consensus, right? So, a lot of critics have been saying that Bitcoin's energy consumption will be its major pitfall and breakdown, right? What's your take on that?
Right. Actually, a fun fact, I do come from a renewable energy background previously.
Okay.
So this is a fun topic to discuss. Okay, my point of view is I think it is slightly taken out of context when they say Bitcoin energy is going to be going to be a pitfall or is harmful to the environment and so on and so forth. Again, it depends on who releases this data or which angle are you looking at. If you're an environmentalist, then you say so. But let me put it this way. Okay, the numbers might have changed, but just out there, I think Bitcoin consumes for less than 0.1 of a world, what you call power consumption or something like that. All right. And there is another survey. It says it takes up less than 10% of the global banking power. All right, what Bitcoin does compared to that. All right, so comparatively, I don't think so. It's an issue per se right now. And one thing, if you really want to go down to the aspect of technical aspect to it, 75% or somewhat rather, the power that is required by the Bitcoin network, as in by the miners and so on, is actually running on excess power that is generated by the power plants. Okay. That means they are not. I know you hear news. Oh, Bitcoin is consuming one whole nuclear power plant in a particular country, or so on and so forth, right? But it's actually an excess power. That means if that particular power was not needed by Bitcoin or by this mining process, it would have gone bust anyway. So that means what I'm saying is they are not taking out power from the main grid that is required to power homes or something like that. So that's to start with. So it means either way, the power is already generated to start with, all right? And then obviously you can bring in the factor of renewable energy, so on and so forth. And that's one argument to go, one alley you can go wrong with it. But to be fair, to look at it this way, yes, as you mentioned, proof of work is energy consumption. It's energy consuming. Personally, I don't see them shifting away from POW. You can't shift away, because being a Bitcoin maximist myself, I said I think that would just break the entire structure of belief of Bitcoin, right? It's not like Ethereum where you can just switch over time. So yeah.
So I mean, that's good actually.
So I think we have to accept it, and with the hope that the power industry itself will grow in terms of their future innovation and all that, which comparatively, I think the power then can be, I won't say neglected, but it'll be not a big issue.
Okay. Since POW is not good for the environment, we've seen Ethereum just actually had the merge, all right, transitioning from proof of work to proof of stake, all right. Do you think that all other ecosystem, all other blockchain ecosystems, going to follow their footsteps? What do you think? those who are actually from proof of work. I mean, right now it's proof of work. Right now it's Bitcoin, right? Yeah. So how is that going to be?
I'm not sure though, but I do think that like there are definitely a lot of pressure to the protocol because if they are using proof of work.
Yeah.
Now, talking technically, proof of work exists for a reason. It does really have the security there. So I do agree with Vima. If I mean, we can't sweep like Bitcoin from POW to POS, but says it can. We do really wonder that whether it's going to have the same kind of like security we have, because like it's built on proof of work. But I do not say that proof of security, proof of stake is not good, because like proof of stake, behind it, there are a lot of other technology put onto it to make up for the security. So rest assured, a lot of effort have put into it. And whether proof of work is really harmful for the environment, this kind of thing is depends on the comparison, what you're comparing to. Like for fashions, we know that fashions is like create a lot of pollutions to the environment. Are we going out there and say, stop fashions, let's just buy one cloth every year? Can we do that? And if Bitcoin come here to solve a problem, if it create the energy, use up too much energy for the environment, can we find other way to counter it? It's just like, we take plane, right? And plane do generate a lot of carbon dioxide emissions. But are we going to stop taking planes? But it's just so convenient for us. Are we going to ride the horse from here to somewhere else now rather than taking plane? We are not, because it solves a problem that we need to be solved. We'll just find other way, to counter whatever effect that it brings.
I think for me, Bitcoin has been cherry picked. That's what I would say when it comes to
I just got the same feeling about it.
I feel because it's a hot topic, it's out there, so it's easy to say, hey, you guys are polluting the world. It's an easy thing. I mean, to be very frank, if you take a step back, there are a lot of other industries who are probably equally or worse when it comes to energy wastage and so on and so forth. So I would say it's an agenda, but I think it's just an easy victim.
Actually, I don't mind that being brought up. It's actually put Bitcoin in the focus, right?
Correct.
Yeah, like what you said just now, it all depends on the perspective that you're in, right?
Correct.
I mean, so if there is a collective movement that is actually going against it, I'm not sure who, all right? I'm not going to mention it, but that's how it is, right?
Yeah. So as I say, it's always two sides to the story.
Exactly.
But if you're a numbers person, then you look at the numbers. Obviously, it doesn't sound really harmful comparatively. So let's see where it goes. But I would definitely say no to Bitcoin switching to proof of stake. I think it will remain, because I think the proof of work itself gives some value to the Bitcoin. All right? I can't comment on other blockchains. Maybe technology will allow it to be proof of stake, so on and so forth. But for Bitcoin itself, I think the value is also derived from the work that is put in, or the energy that is consumed. Rather, it's also contributing to the price of the asset itself.
Price of the asset itself, exactly. It reflects on the price as well.
Because if I'm a miner, I've spent X amount of energy, right, and I created this Bitcoin. Definitely, there's a base value to it. It's not going to be lower than what energy I spent.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, that's a layman way of putting it.
True.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, I believe every single blockchain ecosystem out there will always try to find ways on how to cope with this. I'm sure it's a maximalist, like what you said just now. Okay, now let's talk about, since we're already in a lot of people saying that we're in a bear market, a lot of people forecasted saying that next year is going to be a recession. Oh my goodness. IMF came out with multiple warnings saying that next year is going to be a bad year for everyone. All right. So now, when it comes to digital assets and when it comes to the blockchain industry, all right, one of the latest story that I got to know is that, I'm not sure whether you guys are aware about Celsius, the lending platform, but actually FTX, the crypto exchange, had passed on a deal to acquire Celsius, to save Celsius, all right? So from the business perspective, all right, do you think that the bear market going to lead to a lot of mergers and acquisitions when it comes to all these big companies that is currently available in the market? Ivy?
I think merger and acquisitions is a natural thing for any business. When there is many businesses popping up, it only makes sense that they come together and go for a bigger goal. It's just when we have banks, there's a lot of banks popping up, and then the bank will start to get merger, and then when they get too big to manage, they'll kind of split again. I think it's quite normal. But whether it's going to because of this bear market, I kind of indifference on that part. I think it will happen anyway. It's just that probably
is there going to be a spike? What do you think?
I think yes, probably because during this time, right, people say that you have less focus on doing all the time trading or focusing in maximize your return. You have more time to really think of what is the next step for your company and what you want to build for next. Probably that could be the reason that why it's going to be. And I can see the merger and acquisitions not only within the Web3
ecosystem
company, it also between Web3 and Web2 as well.
Definitely.
Which I think that is a good thing. It is a way of bridging the Web2 and Web3.
Correct.
That is a good thing, yes. It's always a blessing in disguise. Yes.
Actually, definitely, it's a very good point. I would say definitely a little bit of spike. All right. I mean, the reason being, I think the bear market, the negative side of it, you see a lot of companies almost go bust or go bust themselves. You can't raise funds in the bear market. It's harder to raise funds in the bear market, let me put it this way. So there are a lot of projects out there, there are a lot of companies with good background and good technologies, bound to fail eventually due to the bear market. So that in return gives to other companies who are well funded or bigger in the picture, let it be Web3 or Web2 as you mentioned, FTX as you mentioned. So for them it's shopping. You know,
they're on a shopping spree right now.
Shopping spree. So, so they do have the chance to pick the best of the projects that are requiring financial assistance in this case, and it can be done either in the form of a merger or an acquisition. So FTX is a good example. I think they'll be one of the biggest shoppers this time around. Again, on the other hand, you have, and most of it, I think the money in, if you're talking specifically for the Web3 based industry, I think it's being held either by the VCs or the exchanges, huge exchanges. So you're talking international exchanges like FTX themselves or Binance. So most of them are, I would say, not cash rich, but they're not cash anyway. They're digital asset rich, put me this way. So, so they are in a process of acquiring a lot of services. There might be something that's going in the background that which we do not know. You know, so they could eventually bring in the services to further up their game. You know, that's one side of it. And on the other side, if you're talking of Web2 based companies or your regular based companies in the regular market, right? This would be a good point for them to enter this market. So you can acquire a company or you can merge a company which has a particular foothold in the Web3, and this will be a gateway towards it. So for example, you can be, let's say you can be a huge insurance firm, all right? And then you always wanted to go into the Web3, Metaverse, or so on and so forth. And you see a project or a company that's requiring help. So you can merge with them, and eventually they can be your arm of, you know, Web3, your arm of Metaverse, or so on and so forth.
Okay. All right. Now let's go back to the basic of M&A. All right. So when we talk about mergers and acquisitions, all right, it all leads to one thing. All right. All roads leads to Rome. Right? Monopolies. Yeah. So when it comes to that particular term, monopolies, does that actually defeat the whole entire purpose of decentralization somehow in a way? If let's say, for example, one entity is actually controlling the whole market for that particular, like for example, right now the Securities Commission, all right, only have 4 RMOs registered with them, and they are actually welcoming new players. All right, I'm not sure whether you're aware of this, but 2 days ago when I was opening my phone, Binance was back online on Malaysian App Store. There must be a big reason why CZ actually came to Malaysia 2 months ago. Nobody knows. But you see, and what the local players can offer their consumer, Binance offers. And that is going to be destroying somehow. I wouldn't say destroying, but it's going to be disrupting the business of the local RMO somehow in a way.
Exactly.
So what do you think of this? The big players taking care or taking over the whole entire market?
No,
I mean, defeat the whole entire decentralization.
Exactly, but I think that's happening all the while, not only in the Web3 world, even in Web2 world. You have BlackRock or somebody who's holding you know, certain percentages of the world economy, you know. So you can't run away from the fact that it will eventually lead to one or two or three
big
mega corporation that is holding it. Right? You have Apple, you have Google in the regular market. You know, we do not know how many brands eventually trickle down from the root of Apple or Google or so on and so forth. It's just that we do not know because it's just way down the line.
Yep.
You know. So, but that said and done, I think the same effect will happen in this side of the world as well. So it might be FTX, for example. You know, or we might be only hearing of their first level acquisition, the big ones, but you know, their secondary and tertiary portfolios, you might not have heard them.
Yeah.
So I think you can't stop monopolization in a way. You know, that's what Facebook is doing in the social media side of it. They probably own, I'm not sure how many side of it. You know, so you can't stop it. You know?
So basically it's like whatever that is happening right now in our economy, in our economic world, is also happening in the same time.
Exactly.
In the Web3 and decentralized world. Yeah.
I think that like we should not see Web3 is so different than Web2.
Yeah, that's good thing.
It have a lot of things are actually the same. It's just like, you know, for example, DeFi and all this, right? It's actually our financial product just put in
a virtual,
virtual way.
Yeah.
So a lot of the concepts is actually the same. The way of merger and acquisition is going to be the same. Whether it's centralized or decentralized is going to be similar. It's just the technology behind it that we're using is different. Now, I do believe in one thing that's like, you know, when one thing go to the extreme, right, it will somehow fall back. It's like when there is too much of a monopoly in a certain industry, it's bound to break. There'll be other people coming in to kind of like want to go against the monopoly or serving a different group of people. I myself not really worried too much about it. I do think that like the market will take the cost to regulate it by itself because it's all about like demand and supply.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to happen. I don't think so.
No, it's good. I mean, like what you said, I fully agree when you said that whatever happens in the real world also happens on a virtual world, right?
Yes.
It's just that in the real world there are regulators that is actually taking care of the regulation part, right? So, all right, that's good. So I actually have like one more question for you guys, and this is going to be the final question. All right. So you may actually just speak out your mind when it comes to answering this question, all right? Because now I just would like to get to know from you, Ivy, first, all right? Do digital assets have a promising future, and what do you expect is going to happen in the next 5 years? I just want to pick your brain a bit when it comes. What and where are we going? What do you expect? And okay, one more. The second part of the question is, all right, are digital assets going to stay, or will regulation curb the potential growth of this particular side of the industry?
Okay, let me ask my crystal ball. I do think that like, you know, definitely digital asset is going to be here to stay. And how I see it in 5 years, I think in 5 years, CBDC should be already here and kind of like getting matured of it. 5 years seems to be a very short period of time, but I think you all do agree that like in this field, 5 years is a very long time. So I do think that like by then, whatever regulations that need to be out there shall be there already. This is what I think about it. And sorry for the second questions.
Oh, is regulations actually going to curb the whole entire potential of digital assets and blockchain industry?
No, I don't think that like, it's going to curb the digital assets. I do think that like, it's going to be...
They're going to adapt?
I think from the both...
I don't want to barge in, but do you think that they're going to adapt, or do they still going to go against it somehow in a way?
I do think that like, you know, the regulator is going to adapt to the technology as well, because I think nobody is going to disagree that the technology and the concept is going to be here to stay. It's just the matter that like, you know, how we going to make it to be more friendly for everybody. And regulator have a very important role here to make the user feel confident about the product. So I think that is their main role in this.
It's all about striking the balance. Yeah. You're saying that.
Yes, I do think that like it's about the balance here, like how much you want to regulate and for who. I think that like they need to know they regulated these things for who. Who is their target audience that like they are speaking to. Yeah. It's just like in the real world that like we currently in this kind of financial situations, there will be some people who know the regulations well enough that the regulation does not apply to them. I think that like it's a known fact, right?
That's good. Yeah,
I think that like regulator for the Web3 is going to be the same. Who is your target audience? You regulate these things for who? I think that should be the focus.
Shimon, your take?
Well, I think she's hit it there. But for me, it's going to be a huge 5 years. It's going to be a very interesting 5 years for digital asset. I think we are going to see a lot of growth, a lot of consumer-facing products, all right? Which, because at the end of the day, right, the consumer does not need to know what is behind the product, all right? They just want to see the front end of it. So me personally speaking, for your question, where do you see digital asset in the last 5 years? I think it's going to be in every one of our lives, put it that way, by the end of the 5 years. So you're going to see products such as, by the means of tokenization, it can be a digital asset or physical asset tokenization. Your house could be, your title deed could be on a blockchain, which is already done anyway, but I think it'll be more prominent, that's what I'm saying. Your services can be, your legal matters can be on a tokenized form of it, which is a digital asset, point of asset. NFTs, arts could be, it's already there, but I'm just saying it'll be more prominent. But the biggest question here is cryptocurrency per se, because that's the biggest thing that everyone say when it comes to digital asset. So I think it will take its own course, obviously. Value-wise, it should take its own economic cycle. It should be going up, presumably. But I think it will play a more important role on a consumer's daily lives. That means you're talking about, as you said, the involvement of banking with their CBDCs, stable coins, cryptocurrencies, and so on and so forth. So I think the next 5 years will be very interesting. It'll be something that the consumers can really feel the involvement of a digital asset in their daily lives. That's to start with. And coming back on the question of regulators, I think it's going to be the same. It's going to be back and forth all over again. This is a never-ending. It'll be Tom and Jerry. It'll be a love-hate relationship between the industry and regulators. But I would look at it this way. If let's look back. Let's look at what history has said. Don't go so far. Let's say Malaysia. Right. A few years back, there was no regulation. There was no framework. Exchanges were banned. To that extent. And today, not only you have 4, you're inviting more, put it that way, right? And then you have frameworks for centralized digital currency in place, or proof of concept on working. So don't go so far. I'm saying in our country alone, you have seen progress. So I say this progress will continue, all right? But that said and done, there will always be news of regulators clamping down things and so on and so forth. But I think we will not strike how to say, we will not strike an agreement, so-called, between them. That will not be smooth sailing all the while. I think it's good as well to have a check and balance. That means the regulators will always be implementing new rules, and the industry themselves will be rebelling against them, saying that you have to learn this, so on and so forth. I think that is the way it's going to go. So we'll always be side by side. We'll always be pickering each other, put it that way.
It's all about working together.
Exactly, but I think it's for the betterment of the end users.
Understood.
All right. So but 5 years is going to be really exciting for me.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
Nice. Great to know that. Okay. All right. So we have like 5 more minutes to go. All right. We have like 5 more minutes, and just to remind again to our audience. All right. Our topic today is reshaping the economy and financial structure with digital assets. All right. So to wrap up the whole entire discussion right now, Ivy, I give you 1 minute. All right, for your final thoughts about this whole entire topic that we had today.
I would say that don't look at digital asset to be something that is like so complicated or whatever. Just think that it is whatever is already around you. The only thing different is like, probably last times you go to bank, you just go to the counter to bank in money. Now you can use ATM, and then you can use internet banking. So it's just the movement of like how you execute something. It's not something that is like, technology coming from alien or anything. So it's not that daunting or anything. Just get to know it a little bit more. I think that'll be fine. But it definitely is going to be reshaping the finance quite a bit.
Exactly. I think I would say don't get yourself participated. All right. It can be by the means of educating yourself, learning, joining communities, read about it. Don't get left out. That's the biggest thing I would say. You know, don't get left out, especially if you're on the younger generation. This would probably be in your, you know, when you move on in 5 to 10 years time, this could be core of your entire lifestyle. So especially for the younger generation, don't miss out. It's your time to read about it, be active in it, participate it to a certain level if you can, and more importantly, to make sure that you're ready for the adaptation when it happens.
Nice. Yeah. All right. Okay, guys. With that said, thank you very much to our wonderful panels for today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rima.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
So thank you very much to our organizers. Thank you very much to everyone that is actually involved in this. All right. So stay tuned to the next topic that is going to be happening very, very soon. All right. My name is Eddie. Thank you very much. Take care and bye-bye.
What a great panel discussion that was. So many new perspectives of our fast-changing world. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for the wonderful and insightful sharing. Now let's move on to the last session of the day with our next speaker.
很高兴能够以这样子的方式给大家来介绍一下元宇宙与数字化转型的法律合规问题。我是陈浩东，那我拥有中国以及美国双法律执照。那今天可能给大家分享一下这8个部分的一个问题，就是从元宇宙出发，然后我们聊一聊元宇宙的底层技术的构成，元宇宙面临的问题和挑战然后就是数字化转型，涉及到数据合规、商业模式合规、数字资产的保护以及法律风险的防范。好，其实元宇宙这个概念是1992年就已经提出来了，所以说今年应该算是元宇宙30周年的生日。那元宇宙的这个概念，其实我不想去为元宇宙做一个定义，因为就像麦肯锡说的，我们不去定义元宇宙，因为一旦你定义了元宇宙，那就会限制人的想象力。但元宇宙它会有一些表现形态，比如说它是一个可编程的数字世界，它是一个开放的经济系统，它也是一个虚拟社会。当然元宇宙会有一些比较明显的特征吧，可能就是比较大家有共识的一些特征，比如说元宇宙它拥有极致的沉浸体验，元宇宙它有丰富的内容生态，它是一个超时空的社交体系，它是虚实交互的经济系统，它能映射现实人类社会文明以及可拓展的超现实社会文明的一个大型数字社区。那其实如果大家看过这个头号玩家或者失控玩家，可能就会对元宇宙有一个比较直观的一个感受吧。那元宇宙的话，其实如果从未来元宇宙的形态来看呢，我特别推荐一部电影《银翼杀手2049》，那里面的人物的形态也是非常丰富的。就是除了我们现实社会中的这个人类它还有人造人，然后它还有赛博人当然还有虚拟人，这些新的人物的形态以及我们现有的人类的形态，其实构成了一个非常复杂的一个新的一个社会关系。那就像笛卡尔说的我思故我在这里推荐另外一部电影开篇他就提过，你怀疑过世界的真实性吗？那实际上他想表达的一个问题就是说，我们现在的这个社会，我们现在的这个所处的世界是不是也是一个 二进制的代码所展现出来的一个人类的形态呢？就是在我们之上是不是有一个另外一个世界？好，我们讲一讲元宇宙的这个技术构成。那我们这次的大会，我相信有很多人，很多专家可能都会讨论这个内容。那这一部分我就把它迅速的过掉。按照我个人的一个分类，我习惯把元宇宙分为4个层次。那最底层的就是协议层，可能它代表的更多的是共识机制、治理机制、算法、身份系统，然后还有就是网络技术。那再往上走，那就是基础层；再往上走是平台层，然后最后是应用层。那其实这个分层呢，是从大家的感知去进行一个分类的。最底层的协议层，可能大家的感知不一定会感知到不一定会有特别强烈的感知。就好比我们现在处在的这个时代，我们的底层可能是大家用的可能是万维网，也就是www 点开始的这个万维网，但可能大家不会太关注万维网的一些底层。然后我们现在也使用的是 IP 和 TCP 协议，也就是 Internet Protocol 还有 Transmission Control Protocol， 可能这些我们都不会有太多的感知。那我们可能最直观的感知可能是应用层这个层面，然后其次到平台层，然后再延伸到就是说基于这个应用层、平台层所需要的一些基础的一些设施。那我们先来看一下这个基础层。那基础层的话，实际上可能就就是我认为比较重要的一些技术构成，就是超级算力，然后就是区块链的技术、人工智能，然后通讯技术，就比如说是未来的6G 或者下一代的这种通信技术，然后数字孪生当然就是还有就是扩展现实的技术，就包括了 VR、AR 还有 MR。然后平台层主要是体现，其实可能平台层最有代表性的可能就是我们的这个 Meta 这个公司也就是它前身是 Facebook。那扎克伯格把 Facebook 的名字也改成了 Meta， 然后宣布要进入一个元宇宙的一个时代。那当然就是说，除了像国外有 Meta， 那其实我们中国也有。比如说像网易的瑶台也想做一个这样子的一个元宇宙平台，然后包括百度的熙壤都是想做一个平台。那这个平台就是说它整合了元宇宙的很多底层技术之后然后放到一个聚合到平台之后，然后为后面的应用去提供一个中间层的一个支持吧。那应用的话，可能就范围就非常非常之广了。那可能我们现在未来使用的这种元宇宙的一些应用，就是基于最底层的协议层，然后到基础层，然后到平台层，最终我们能够更多感知的，可能就是应用层了。那就是元宇宙会面临到一些问题以及挑战。我从我的角度，因为我是一名律师，然后我也是学法律的。那我从我的感知角度，我大概会认为，可能元宇宙会带来以下几种问题以及挑战吧。首先就是因为元宇宙它是一个超越国界的一个最终的一个产物，所以就是说它会面临到在虚拟世界里面或者说是在元宇宙里面，它到底要主张什么样的一种价值体系，以及说它的这个文明、它的秩序如何去建立？因为它已经超越了国界，就并不是说任何一个国家的一个法律可以去控制这个事情的。所以就是说，我们可能最直观的面临到，就是说，在这个虚拟世界里面要如何去建立一种秩序以及文明用康德的话就是说，人为自然造法。那我们也要为元宇宙里面去创立一个秩序文明。 然后第二个问题就是伦理的问题。那刚刚我们说到，可能到了元宇宙里面，它面临到现实世界以及虚拟世界这种我们目前来说，现实世界与虚拟世界可能是二元对立的，但是可能到了未来之后，虚拟世界与现实世界可能就虚实不分了，那也就会面临一个现实世界与虚拟世界之间的一个问题。那我们刚刚也说到各种人类的形态，那比如说出现了这个虚拟人，然后人造人。甚至还有克隆人，那这些人与我们之间的一个伦理的一个关系到底是什么样子的？然后第三个就是身份问题。那我们可以现在大部分的这个我们目前的参与网络的方式，可能就是说二元对立的，也就是现实世界的人跟我们在网络里的人，网络里的身份完全是区分开的。但是可能到了未来，那就是虚实相融的过程。那也就是说，我们在现实世界跟虚拟世界之间的身份，可能需要进行一个更明确的一个规划。然后就是经济系统的这个问题，因为在元宇宙里面，最终它也会形成一个自有的一个经济系统。那这个经济系统它也是需要通过更高维的去搭建。就好比我们现实世界当中，我们每个国家可能有自己的货币体系，那这个货币体系会关联着它的货币政策，然后诸多方面的考量。那所以在元宇宙的这个世界里面呢，最终也会有一个经济系统。最后就是说最直观的一个就是数据的一个问题，因为如果要搭建一个非常完美的元宇宙，它必然是需要有大量的数据作为一个支撑。那这个就是最为直观的问题。那这些数据的获取以及使用，这个是要涉及到非常，就是从我们的法律角度来说呢，它是一个非常重要的一个问题。OK， 那也就是接着刚刚的话题，就是说，我们如果要建造一个元宇宙的话，其实首先可能要做的第一步就是做数字化转型。也就是说，我认为未来就可能每一个企业它都是一个元宇宙的一个组成，就未来它都会成为元宇宙的一部分。那什么是数字化呢？其实数字化，用一句话说，就是通过二进制代码表示物理项目或者活动。这个是一个比较直观的一个定义啊。那实际上，我们把它转化一下，就是说，我们把物理世界映射或迁移到数字世界这个就是叫数字化。那它，比如说，我们把交互场景从物理世界迁移到数字世界，那怎么理解这个事情呢？比如说我们我们开会，那正常比如说我们在疫情的时候经常不方便线下开会的时候，我们可能就会采用这种虚拟会议的方式，然后大家都出现在同一个场景。那实际上这个就是说，我们把传统的开会的场景把它搬移到数字世界，那这个就是一个把交互场景从物理世界搬移到数字世界的一个过程。然后第二就是把物理信息映射到数字世界。那这个也非常好理解，就比如说我们经常用的各种各样的打车软件，那可能我们叫了这个出租车之后呢，你可以在你的虚拟地图上看到这个车正在向你驶过来，那这个就是把物理信息映射到数字世界的一个场景。然后第三就是说把业务场景映射到数字世界，那其实现在这个已经是在我们现实世界当中已经非常就是已经非常常见了，只不过就是说可能到了元宇宙的这个场景的话，它需要更多的沉浸感。那比如说我们现在购物，那按照传统的购物，那我们可能就是去到商店，然后挑选自己的物品，然后买单结算，然后拿着东西走。那现在我们就已经把这种购物的这种场景已经搬移到，比如说我们通过淘宝，或者我们通过其他的电商平台去购物，也就是把业务的场景映射到了数字世界。那数字化转型其实就是说，我们把物理世界映射或迁移到数字世界的这个过程，我们就叫数字化转型，也就是把企业从物理空间全部搬移到数字空间去，那这个就是一个数字化转型的一个 过程。那数字化转型其实为什么要这么？就刚刚我们说了什么是数字化转型，那我们现在就是说为什么要做这个数字化转型？数字化转型其实它有几个明显的一个优势，首先它会突破算力的限制，突破算力的限制，也就是说就目前来说，以我们人脑的这个算力，它未来一定是比不过机器的这种算力的，所以就是说数字化转型之后，它会打破一个传统世界的一个通过以人为主的一种算力的模式。当然就是说它更直观的是突破了空间的限制，就我们刚刚举到的几个场景，那它就是已经突破了空间的限制。然后最后一个就是说当我们以二进制代码去思考一些东西的时候，可能我们未来就会有探索更高维世界的一个可能性。那右边这个图就是很好的解释了，就是首先我们如果要做一个元宇宙的话呢，首先就是要实现数字化，就是首先把传统的东西我们进行数字化转型，数字化之后就会为智能化提供一个很大的支撑，然后基于这个数字化以及智能化，我们就可以产生数字孪生数字孪生之后再往后发展就会产生数字原生，然后数字原生之后会有更大的一个发展，就变成虚实相生。那这是一个元宇宙城市建设的一个场景，那我觉得它非常贴切。然后我们接下来就是说到我们刚刚继续往下说的话，就是我们说到了数字化转型，那接下来就是我刚刚说到一个很重要的问题，就是数据合规。数据合规按照我们目前我们国家的法律来说，已经有3大法去做一个这样子的一个顶层的设计。首先就是网络安全法，然后其次数据安全法，然后第3就是说个人信息保护法。那其实大家可以看到，这个法律体系其实极其庞杂的，就是说这些东西共同的去构成了一个合规体系。然后对，就是讲到这个跟数字有关的一些商业模式的合规的话，这里有几个小案例也是挺好玩的，那可能这边就不做展开的去讲了。那我们之前有一个非常有意思，奈雪他去做了一个虚拟股票的一个项目。然后像星巴克，它也去做了一个数字化转型的一个项目，就是说它会去发行一个 NFT， 然后作为它星巴克的一个体系，然后它是用的这个 Polygon 的这个公链去做的。当然我们还有一个非常有意思的项目，就是 Bilibili， 就是我们的这个 B 站，它也在海外发行了 NFT， 然后它的这个也是要用来去做一个生态建设。然后最后有一个 Sandbox， 这个项目是一个非常纯粹的一个 Web 3.0 的项目，那它的项目也非常好玩，就是说它通过搭建这个虚拟的一个世界，然后通过售卖它的这个虚拟土地，然后并为这些虚拟土地去构建一个中间层，然后让更多的这个用户进来去购买土地，然后在这个土地上面去搭建东西，然后最后用它的这个数字经济体系去进行一个结算。然后接下来可能要讲一下这个数字资产的一个保护的问题。那其实我们刚刚讲了那么多数字化转型的一些东西，其实现在一个非常火爆的一个东西叫 NFT 非同质化代币。那其实它就是说既是艺术又是技术又是金融3个东西的一个结合体，它未来就是构成了元宇宙的一个就是一个小基石。比如说现在很多场景已经开始去使用这些 NFT 了，比如说我们的国际上一个服装品牌 Hugo Boss 它也跟一个 NFT 去进行联名，然后像 Gucci 这样子的奢侈品，它也跟这个 NFT 去进行了 然后像 Tiffany，也去跟这个 CryptoPunks 做了一些结合。
Tiffany & Co. is teasing NFTip. This is an exclusive NFT drop, most notably for CryptoPunk NFT owners. Now, buying a digital pass allows the holder to redeem it for a digital pendant that then matches the likeness of a CryptoPunk NFT. CryptoPunk holders will be eligible to redeem the pass for a physical pendant. Some of the other details on this, because it has a hefty price tag as well here. 250 NFTs going to be minted, each costing around 30 Ethereum. Yes, you heard that correctly. 30 Ethereum. Now, that's about $50,000 in fiat currency here.
刚刚讲到 NFT， 那还有一个现在比较火爆的一个就是虚拟人。那虚拟人现在很多公司已经开始去打造自己的虚拟人。那这个虚拟人未来也会成为元宇宙里面非常重要的一个小板块。当然就是说这个，因为回到我们刚刚讨论的元宇宙里面涉及到的几个问题以及挑战，包括虚拟人它本身也是，就是说虚拟人它的法律主体是怎么定性的，然后虚拟人可能涉及到的一些知识产权的问题，虚拟人还有它的人格权的问题然后包括广告代言所产生的一些问题。最后就是说，因为这个元宇宙的这个建设，它是一个非常庞大以及复杂的一个过程，所以就是说很多企业可能无论是在这个做数字化转型，或者说在做元宇宙的建设过程当中呢，它可能都会面临到一些法律风险。那我这边也就把这个法律风险给大家过一遍。那首先可能就会产生到一些民事的一些法律风险，那可能传统的比如说合同风险，然后侵权的风险，因为即使是这个虚拟世界或者说这些虚拟资产，那它可能也会产生到比如说侵犯知识产权侵犯个人信息人格权的这些东西，一些相关的一些风险，然后包括还有一些不正当竞争的风险。第二就是说面临可能一些行政风险，因为在这个我们刚刚一开始介绍到需要很多非常重要的一些底层技术，那可能在进行这些技术的研发或者使用的过程当中呢，也需要一些明确的行政许可或者资质牌照，以及行业的一些监管风险还有就是说金融或者税收的一些风险，尤其是像这个 NFT 在国内可能已经衍生出很多这种数字藏品的一些项目，那这些都是要去注重这个金融和税务的一些风险的。最后就是说刑事上的风险，那刑事上的风险其实我把这些比较重要的一些刑事风险防范的一些罪名我把它列出来了，那这些都是属于说我们在开发这个元宇宙业务当中涉及到的一些红线，那这些是一定要去重视并做好风险防范的。就非常感谢大家，那今天我的分享就到这里，如果后续还需要有交流的话，那可以加我微信，或者也可以关注我们的公众号谢谢。
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Health in the Metaverse. Dr. Avatar is waiting. And if you think that an avatar is some kind of cartoon-based character in a game that your son plays, think again. This is actually a picture of my avatar that was made in Dubai last year by Everdome, a 360-degree, 250 camera operation that allows you to make a hyper-realistic avatar of yourself for use in the metaverse. So today I'm going to take you on a quick journey through health in the metaverse and talk to you about what are both the possibilities and what's already happening with health in the metaverse. But let's just start with what is the metaverse. So the metaverse is actually the coming together of a number of different technologies that people have been working on for many years, including gaming, blockchain, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, and virtual reality. There's no singly defined concept of the metaverse as yet, but it's some sort of immersive digital ecosystem that uses extended reality and blockchain to create spaces for user interaction and exchange of value. And it's estimated to become a $30 trillion industry by 2030. And many people are building the metaverses. You've probably heard of Mark Zuckerberg and his announcement that Facebook were going to be building a metaverse and rebranding as Meta. And yes, they are, but they are not the only ones. So there's more than 160 companies building metaverses, and that includes the big techs like Apple, Microsoft, and Meta. It includes the gaming industry, which has 3 billion players globally, and they're used to immersive environments. It includes governments like the City of Seoul, Dubai, and NEOM in Saudi Arabia, and it includes the Web3 community. So how is this going to affect health and wellness? Let's look at some of the opportunities. The first one is collaborative working. So if you think about scientific discovery, historically, this has been done by flying people all around the world to a central place like World Health Organization, Geneva. They meet for a few days, they have some discussions, and they fly back. What Metaverse will allow is continuous collaboration with 3D avatars, digital whiteboards, digital workstations. You can make 3D models of virtually anything via digital twin technology, which means that scientists will be able to test machines, systems, and procedures to detect possible failures and improvements, and it allows simultaneous education, training, planning, and collaborative medical procedures. In the area of education, a lot of work has already been going on in healthcare with augmented and virtual reality. And this is going to allow new ways of teaching medical students and medical practitioners about clinical care. So let's imagine, for example, instead of students going into an anatomy lab and cutting up frogs, they will be able to go inside the human body with a 360-degree view, traveling through the body and looking at the heart and its relationship to other parts of the body. There'll be possibility of simulated surgical encounters so that surgeons and medical students both can actually practice on digital twins a new surgery until they get it right. This kind of immersive learning will be more fun for students, and through data analytics, their actual learning skills are going to be able to be analysed and assessed and precision learning targeted. And it'll allow education of patients as well on treatment plans and their conditions. And through a phenomenon of play to earn, people are now looking at earn to learn. So rewarding people for learning the kinds of skills that you want them to learn. In clinical care, you will be able to see your doctor or nurse avatar for realistic consultations, personal care, treatment, and diagnosis. This is obviously not emergency care, but for general care, triaging by avatars is going to be commonplace. In surgery, real-time guidance can be provided in the surgeon's field of view with a precise data overlay of the patient's body, allowing real precision medicine that's never been possible before. Gamification is going to be a big part of health in the metaverse in the future. We're going to have avatar instructors doing virtual workouts. Move to earn is already becoming popular, where people are incentivized to be active. So Sweatcoin, for example, incentivizes activity. And GenoPet is an exercise to earn game that allows players to earn for being active using smartphones and wearables to track the data, and patients are rewarded for exercising and movement. Data is going to be a huge part of the metaverse, and people are going to be able to monetize their data. The healthcare sector creates more than 30% of all the data created in the world today. We're going to see play to earn, learn to earn, move to earn, health data marketplaces will connect and monetize data and make it available for scientific discovery. For now, much of the health data lays dormant and isn't used for scientific discovery, and the people who own the data don't have the opportunity to benefit from the data. And self-sovereign identity will actually allow individuals to monetize their data. We all know that the determinants of health are social, and many people who come to the health system have other problems. They have financial problems, they have social isolation problems, they may have chronic diseases, they may have substance abuse problems, and this is going to allow them to have a personal, immersive experience meeting 3D support avatars without having to leave their homes, which is important for the old and the infirmed and the socially isolated, but they'll be able to access community groups in the metaverse, social services such as housing and finance, and activities like virtual travel and shopping that they don't need to leave the house for, and they'll be able to access information, and support workers will be able to be provided education in the metaverse for the social determinants of health. We are moving to an era where community is going to be the big driver of all businesses. Digital communities can form networks through token economies, and the metaverse will enable new immersive community economies using social tokens, allowing for bi-directional beneficial relationships between providers and consumers can become the agents of innovation in a distributed model of collaboration. And social tokens will reward community members for their communication, for their contribution. And we're already seeing the development of these social token metaverse ecosystems in the care economy. And we're going to see more of that. So, in fact, communities can build their own economy, form networks, be rewarded and paid with tokens, have access to token capital, investment, and a stake in the system. And the user can become a stakeholder and an agent of innovation in a distributed model of collaboration. And gamification can increase people's involvement, engagement, motivation, and incentives. And it can encourage people to make better choices and meet community obligations. And if you think about big areas of burden of disease in the healthcare system, like chronic disease, obesity, mental health, this can be a powerful tool for connecting those people and incentivizing and rewarding them. But even though this all sounds very powerful, and indeed it is, there are social and ethical implications. So digital ethics are not different from conventional ethics, but the potential for automation at scale is the challenge. And here are some of the things that I see we're going to need to really consider purposefully in advance on the metaverse. Should it be open in that everyone can participate, everyone can be rewarded, or closed like the one the big techs are building? If you create something in the metaverse, who will own it? Should avatars have human rights? Should avatars be bound by the rules of the real world? What about data security, privacy, and rights? Because there will be so many more data points in the metaverse that people are going to be able to access and have knowledge about you almost more than you know about yourself. How do we protect consumers? What about physical and mental health impacts of long periods in immersive experiences, but also when those immersive experiences can be psychologically challenging? What about children in the metaverse? How do we protect them? How do we prevent them coming to harm? How do we make sure that the metaverse is equitable, inclusive, and decentralized? And how do we build metaverses where we maximize benefit and minimize harms? All of this wonderful technology gives us new choices, but only ethics can tell us which choices are good. Healthcare in the metaverse is already being built, is already growing. There are partnerships all around the world between healthcare organizations and gaming companies and AR and VR companies, and it's being used quite extensively in the treatment of mental health and anxiety, and we are going to see more and more and more healthcare in the metaverse, and indeed you probably will meet your Dr. Avatar. Thank you very much.
What a fruitful session, truly broadening our horizons and showing us where the new age is going, and we can definitely not wait for that age to come as soon as possible. Now, as a form of entertainment and something that has always been a form of communication, art, and interaction amongst many of us, music is one of the most important things in our lives, and we really, really do cherish it in every single part and every single media that we have, from games, movies, from everything. Now, that being said, we have a very special session for you guys in the next part with Mr. Jude Maxon Bensing and Kyle. I hope you guys will enjoy this wonderful video.
Stop the clocks, it's amazing. You should see the way the light dances off your head. A million colors of hazel, golden and red. Saturday morning is fading. The sun's reflected by the coffee in your hand. My eyes are caught in your gaze all over again. We were love drunk, waiting on a miracle, trying to find ourselves in a winter snow. So alone in love, like the world had disappeared. Oh, I won't be silent and I won't let go. I will hold on tighter till the afterglow, and we'll burn so bright till the darkness softly clears. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. The weather outside's changing. The leaves are buried under 6 inches of white. The radio is playing iron and wine. This is a new dimension. This is a level where we're losing track of time. I'm holding nothing against it except you and I. Afterglow. I met you in the dark. You lit me up. You made me feel as though I was enough. We danced the night away. We drank too much. I held your hair back when you were throwing up. Then you smiled over your shoulder. For a minute I was stone cold sober. I pulled you closer to my chest, and you asked me to stay over. I said I already told you. I think that you should get some rest. never know. 'Cause I played cool when I was scared of letting go. I knew I needed you, but I never showed. I wanna stay with you until we're growing old. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. I'll wake you up with some breakfast in bed. I'll bring you coffee with a kiss on your head. I'll take the kids to school, wave them goodbye, and I'll thank my lucky stars for that night. When you look over your shoulder, for a minute I forget that I'm younger. I wanna dance with you right now. Ooh, and you look as beautiful as ever, and I swear that every day you get better. You make me feel this way somehow. I'm so in love with you, and I hope you know, darling, your love is more than love, it's waiting gold. We've come so far, my dear, look how we've grown. I wanna stay with you till we're growing old. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. I wanna live with you, even when we're ghosts. You were always there for me when I needed you most. I'm gonna love you till my lungs give out. I promise till death we part, like in our vows. So I'll sing this song for you. Now everybody knows that it's just you and me till we're growing old. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of day one. I hope you have enjoyed the session today. So before we wrap up today's session, I would like to thank GYIQI for organizing such a wonderful and impactful convention. Not to forget our prestigious speakers worldwide for sharing their knowledge and wisdom. Lastly, a shout out to our amazing sponsor, Exim, and our partners in media and universities for creating a foundation for a successful event. We could not have done it without all of you. Stay excited as we still have one more day to go. Goodbye for now. I am Dante and I will be seeing you guys tomorrow for some very, very exciting content.